It's the Miss Knockout Show on the airwaves. So like, if I share, if I bless, if I the flow. It's the Miss Knockout Show. Now you already know. Hot topics, music, info, and more. If you ain't tapped in, what you came here for? MKO got the vibe, that's a full takeover. From beats to biz talk, yeah, the queen stay in clover. Trending every lane, I'm the glow you can't block. When I drop gems, whole chat goes shock. We don't do brokeify, now we amplify. Stay blessed if I let the energy fly. Hit that tapify, keep it all in the flow. Cause it's the Miss Knockout Show. Knockout Show. Hot topics, beats and the glow. You rockin' with a Miss Knockout. Let's go. Let's fuck.
Everybody's calling it a cockroach, but I was looking at it and it was big. It was a water bug. Like a cockroach ain't that big. And they was taking pictures of it. You know what I'm saying? They was laughing and pointing. You know what I'm saying? And now everybody's going around saying, oh, they got roaches at the Met Gala. No, the roaches ain't in the Met Gala. You see, the Met Gala stairs is on the outside, leading up. You know how you have a red carpet, all right? It goes leading into the building. So the red carpet is actually on the outside of the building, all right? Beyonce made a grand appearance yesterday at the Met Gala. She hasn't been to the Met Gala in years, okay? And then I'm hearing everybody on the clock. All right, everybody tapify, everybody shareify. Oh, I forgot to share it out. Let me add it to the stories, yo. Let me add it to the stories. Hold on. I forgot to share it out. Let me add it to the stories, yo. Hold on, yo. I forgot to share. I was talking so much, I forgot to share my live. All right. Live stories, right now. Right, and then we're going to share it while we're talking. Hey, Andrea, what's up with you? Okay, let me share. So Beyonce made her appearance after 10 years, and word in the curb, right? I don't like to talk about Nicki Minaj because Nicki Minaj is from my hood. And I like Nicki Minaj unconditionally. You know what I'm saying? I like Nicki Minaj unconditionally. And but I am going to say she didn't show last night. Right? She didn't show last night. And word on the curb is that, she got blacklisted. You know what I'm saying? I like Beyonce too, Jay-Z. Certain people, when they have stuff going on, I don't like to talk about, when they have certain stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? And, a couple of people I'm just like a little, stay, because I am an artist. Like one day I might want to collab with Nicki Minaj, or one day I might get a chance to collab with Beyonce. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to happen to me what happened to Saucy Santana. You know what I'm saying? Saucy Santana had that beat that was like dun, 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 dun. And that was a good song too, Saucy Santana. But the people in them went and pulled up where Saucy Santana was talking about Blue Ivy. And don't you talk about Blue Ivy. That's our Blue Ivy. What? He was talking about allegedly. Everything's all alleged. He was talking about Blue Ivy's hair, right? And they pulled it up, and then Beyonce was going to collab with him, and then boom, next thing you know, she's not collabing. So certain, I talk about cases like DVD, you know, uh, the other guy's case is going. What's his name? Uh, Julio. Who was deceased. All right, his case is going on. We're gonna watch that case too one day. We ain't gonna watch the whole case, but everybody likes to watch the cases. They got thousands of people in there, so people like watching that, right? And we going forward, we're gonna watch some crime stories and stuff like that. And but today we are doing the Met Gala. All right. So word on the curb is Beyonce is back after 10 years. Blue Ivy got so big. Blue Ivy is taller than Beyonce. Did y'all know that? Blue Ivy is taller than Beyonce. Taller than Beyonce. And I'm like, wow. Right? Let me put this band up that we're gonna talk about so yeah, so wow. Okay, let's put up Met Gala review. Okay, Met Gala review. Let's put that up. All right, so let's do that. Let's do it. All right. So, so word on the curb is, because she's going at it with Jay-Z, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? Jay-Z is the GOAT. You know what I'm saying? People be saying all this stuff about Jay-Z. Y'all need to have some respect for somebody of his caliber that contributed the things he did and went to the level he did in the business. And he's the number one rapper in my book forever. I don't care if it's the year 3098. Jay-Z is my top one. You know what I'm saying? Everybody go for Biggie and Tupac. What's your top five? Put it in the comments. What is your top five? My top five is Jay-Z, Nas. Believe it or not, I love Big Daddy Kane, okay? He can not make another record in the world, but I like Big Daddy Kane, okay? So we got Jay-Z, we got Nas, we got Big Daddy Kane, all right? Let's see. Y'all gonna get me for this. Y'all gonna get me for this. But y'all don't get me. This is my top five. Don't get me. DDG is in my top five. DDG is in my top five. You can say what the F you want to say. But I love DDG. You know what I'm saying? He's a GOAT. He's the innovator. You know what I'm saying? I wish I could have made his concert, man. I wish I could get to the Cali one, but I just think, you got to pop up. You got to have the money to go out there. You got to get an Airbnb. You got to get tickets. You going to want to eat. You want to do the meet and greet. So you want to do the VIP. You know what I'm saying? That's at least $1,000 trip. That's at least $1,000 trip right now. Right? When he was in New York, I had an interview. I couldn't go. Okay, so we said Jay-Z, Nas, Big Daddy Kane, DDG. Y'all are surprised that I'm not saying Biggie, right? Are y'all surprised? Okay, Biggie. Okay, I'll say Biggie. Because y'all are going to get me if I don't say Biggie. Right? You know what I'm saying? Biggie was cool. He was cool. Kanye, Jay-Z, Biggie. Okay. A lot of people picked Tupac. Tupac was a great lyricist too. But you could only fit so many people in the top five. Right? You could only fit so many people in the top five. All right, we're going to get started today. Today we're going over the Met Gala. Mrs. Winter's Met Gala. The Met Gala is a charity for the performing arts, and it goes back to the art center. All right. A lot of people are like, oh, they have this big thing. They're not realizing that it's actually a charity that people are donating to a cause, right? And if you're donating to a cause, that means it's not all about yourself. Like somebody, I was watching a post and somebody was like, oh, they do this shit every year just to show themselves off. They're not doing it just to show themselves off. They're doing it to give to a charity it started with. And then because it started so big, they just turned the red carpet into a show. Now, they don't film the inside, right? They don't film the inside. So y'all might have to help me out, y'all. Y'all might have to help me out because I'm not going to know who everybody is. Okay? If you're not Denzel or Holly Bailey or the usuals, sometimes I don't know who you are. So when we see people, y'all going to have to help me out a little bit. Let's bring this a little closer. Okay, hold on. All right. So I don't want to make it that dark in here because then they're going to say, oh, your room ain't lit enough. You can't be on the homepage. You can't be on the homepage. You're not lit enough. All right. We'll turn that down a little bit so y'all can see it. It'll be a little faint, but y'all still be able to see it. Okay. If it gets really like dark, then we'll turn the lights down or away again. All right. So we're going to get into this and the first looks and stuff. Let's dial this back. Okay. So they had a guy that was actually singing, and he was Beyonce song. So we ain't going to play like a Beyonce song. He sang Whitney Houston song. Did you see that? Who watched the Met Gala? Put a yes in the comments if you watched the Met Gala. So this guy, I forgot his name, but he was singing all of Whitney Houston song, and I thought it was pretty cool. And let's see if we could go back. Okay, oh, that's the guy singing. Okay, so we don't want him. Okay, we don't want the guy singing because, you know, they give you a little copyright thing on YouTube. All right. So, all right. So let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it. Okay, we're gonna go and review the Met Gala, and I need y'all to help me out. You see that little box up here on the clock? You can minimize it. Okay, I need to take it off. Wait, how do you take the wish cue off? How do I take it off? I don't even know how to take it off, y'all. How do I take it off? Singing moment. Okay, end. Okay, end it. Okay, let me end it. And let's do the gift gallery. Okay, so we got the finger hearts. I think we finished with the finger hearts. All right, so let's go to the next thing. All right, everybody. So we're going to start the review of the red carpet. I'm going to need you. Why it ain't lit up? Oh, I need 15 of them, y'all. I need 15 of them. That's why. All right. So we're going to pin it again of the finger hearts. We need 15 finger hearts. All right. So everybody come on in. And we're going to review the Met Gala. We're going to start. All right. So this dude, I know his name, but he's singing all Whitney Houston song. Anybody know his name? What's his name, y'all? What is his name? I don't know the guy's name. Anybody know the guy's name that was singing at the Met Gala? Thank you so much, Andrea. Thank you, Spooky. Thank you so much. Well, I don't know his name. We'll figure out his name later. All right. So we're going to get started. All right. Let's see.
It's the first Monday in May, and we are so thrilled to be here on our program.
Battery 50%. Connected to HY300 Pro and MICHELLEVR.
All right, everybody, keep tapping, keep sharing.
And I believe our beautiful co-host Lala is one of our very own co-chairs. Now, happy Met Gala, Lala!
Happy Met Gala, ladies. I'm Lala Anthony, and we are live at one of my favorite events at the helm of the Met Gala, Dame Anna Wintour, who I love so much. Anna, the Met Gala is one of the biggest nights in culture.
MICHELLEVRACUY.
Okay, y'all, I'm just doing some stuff.
I think obviously the Met Gala is celebrating the work of Andrew Bolton, the brilliant chief curator at the Metropolitan Museum for Costume. And I think every year Andrew outdoes himself with the themes of the show and the cultural references. And what I think people love about tonight is not only is it great for fashion and obviously a very important fundraiser for the Met and for the Costume Institute, it's also incredibly important to the economic health of New York City itself. If you think about the hotels that we fill, and God knows how many heads, it's just a ripple effect, and it's no longer, you know, one night only, it's a whole week of occasion. So, and also you remember how many tourists are watching the live stream and seeing you on the stream in New York City into the Met because of it.
It's incredible. And alongside Beyonce, Venus Williams, and
I think that they're women that have been fearless in their careers. They've achieved so much, and they keep going. They go at a pace that's unstoppable, and I'm so full of admiration for all of them, and also Lauren Bezos, our honorary co-chair, because they've achieved so much already in their lives, but they don't stop. And I think that's very inspiring to women all over the world.
Absolutely. Well, Anna, on behalf of myself and everyone here, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have fun tonight.
Of course.
You're at the dinner.
All right, for sure. It's going to be an incredible evening.
Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to sync it up. So the theme this year is art comes to life. That was the theme this year. Hold on, YouTube. I'm getting it together, YouTube. Hold on. This is what happens until you get a new computer. I'm trying to sync it up, yo. Hold on, y'all. It's synced up pretty good. So y'all gotta help me out to know who these people are. Who are these people, Marco? I don't know if this is a good idea because I don't know who anybody is. I mean, I know who some people are, but God,
I am here with the iconic, heavy emphasis on iconic, Nicole Kidman and her daughter Sunday Rose. Hi.
Hi.
How is everything?
Good.
You look stunning, Rose. Fire both of your looks tonight.
Well, for me, I mean, fashion is art, and this is as red. I wanted something red because I wanted to embrace the way in which it's
every
been
time I
used
move
in
in the
art
commercial
through
comes on.
the year. And I feel that it's a strong symbol for love, for passionate love, for vitality, for power.
I'm trying to get at you
and
too.
motherhood.
Bear with me.
I love that. I love
And I have a springtime blossoming girl
just
here.
gorgeous. Sunday Rose, tell us about your look.
Mine is really special to me because I kind of wanted to symbolize something like blooming. It's my first Met, so I kind of wanted to, something like blooming into kind of,
love that.
Everybody's
Awesome.
bringing their kids
Yeah.
there.
So mother daughter hanging
And
out.
she's been so calm
She's
through
awesome.
the whole thing.
She's making
She has
me
to go
calm.
to school tomorrow morning,
And you're going
so
to school tomorrow, Sunday Rose?
yes.
we'll be at school
I love
by 8 a.m. So
I love that. Well,
keeping it real.
keeping it real. Well, you both have the best time inside. Stunning, stunning, stunning.
Thank you so much.
All right,
So
thank
nice
you.
to meet you.
Of course, always nice to meet you.
Bye.
Y'all gotta sync it up again. Give me a second. So who was that, y'all? Who was that? She was stunning. I like that red. We ain't gonna watch all of it, y'all, because I don't know who everybody is, and the Y to the tubesy people, you can't see it really good. Wow, that's a beautiful dress. But she did a lot.
Stunning
Sort of.
couple on the carpet right now. Venus Williams and Andrea are here. How are you both?
Venus-
How are you coming up the carpet? I was like, oh, my girl absolutely killed it. So tell me, what has the experience been this year being a co-chair?
Oh, it's been incredible. I'm following in great
she's
shoes behind
co-chairman.
Serena. So it's been fantastic. It's been great to have my husband here. And we just, we're riding this wave.
So V, have somebody like you decide what you're going to wear.
It was really difficult. I think we both struggled. But we finally got, and it's
So
based off
Waski
of my
got
portrait at the
clothes?
National Portrait Gallery.
So
So
Waski
this
got
is
May's
actually
clothes,
the
y'all?
rose water dish, folded. And this is the Wimbledon trophy. That's symbolism.
Stunning.
My mom is here.
Hold up. So Walski makes clothes? How did I miss that? I didn't know Walski made clothes. Let's listen.
My dad is here. There's symbolism from my culture, Southern California.
Of course.
So it's it just seemed right for this this theme, right?
I'm blown away by this. You're two months tonight.
Good morning, everybody.
Non so, che dici tu?
He doesn't know. I think I haven't told him anything about the Met, so he's got to
It's gonna be a
discover
big
it himself.
surprise.
Yes, but I did say wear comfortable shoes.
Yeah, it's a surprise, so let's see.
Absolutely. Well, I hope you both have the best.
He's kinda quiet,
I love
her
you so
husband.
much. Stunning, stunning, stunning.
Yeah,
Have the best
he's
time.
quiet.
All right. Nice talking to you
They
guys.
make a cute couple. Yeah, she was taller than him, or she was standing on the step. She was standing on the step above him, the stairs. Beyonce looks stunning. Ooh. Beyonce and Blue Ivy. Whoa. He's rich. I know that's right. That's how you gotta do it. That's how you gotta do it, Cindy. Right?
Sinead Burke, thank you so much for joining us back here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really thrilled.
So you are an integral part in the exhibit tonight. Can you tell us a little bit about helping create this year's exhibit?
Sure. I'm the CEO and founder of Tilting the Lens, a strategic accessibility consultancy. Over the past 18 months, we've been working with the Costume Institute on a number of initiatives as regards to this exhibition. Tonight is costume art, which speaks to the origins of the Costume Institute, but also the reality that fashion is art because of embodiment. When we wear a body, different kinds of bodies, that is what makes it art. So for the first time, there is a whole section called the disabled body, which we have consulted on. We have suggested incredible disabled designers like Sugandha Gupta, Helen Cookman, who haven't been part of the Costume Institute before. We have an array of amazing mannequins built on disabled bodies, from Amy Mullins, Ariana Rose Phillip, to myself, Sinead Burke.
I was going to say your own body is in the exhibit.
I've donated 2 pieces of my personal collection to the permanent collection of the Costume Institute. And also, for the first time, we have made the Met Gala accessible. So in thinking about the Met Gala, it is a symbol of steps, which for so many with physical disabilities is a symbol of inaccessibility. So tonight, for the first time, those with physical disabilities will be able to have more fairer access to the Met Gala. And really what that means is this is an explicit and radical invitation for disabled people to see themselves in fashion, to see themselves in the Met, to see themselves at the Costume Institute. But this is one milestone of many that we need. It also reveals the lack of disabled talent we have in the fashion industry, the need to create pipelines of talent, and the need for more accessibility overall.
Sinead, I honestly thank you for breaking it down like that. Sometimes we don't even think about what's missing in our day-to-day. And I'm so excited to see what's going on inside. When we talk about costume art, what does that mean to you?
I am so privileged to be wearing custom Christian Sirianni.
Yes, tonight. Christian, we see you.
And as a talent and as a designer, he is so skilled at sculpting for the body. Bodies like mine, I have dwarfism, I'm a little person. They are often not in fashion. Again, the purpose of this exhibition. So to see designers create that with such beauty and such dignity is so important. And the last thing I want to say, and thinking of, if you're at home and thinking, am I going to come to the Costume Institute and see costume art? One of the other things that we've been really privileged to be able to do is train all the guides who will bring people on tours through the exhibition. So for the next 9 months, we have a collection of guides who are very skilled in disability rights, disability justice, and we're trying to bring people through the exhibition with as much thoughtfulness, intentionality, and integrity as possible.
Well, the museum is now here for anybody and everybody. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Ashley.
I can't wait to party with you inside.
Looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
This is the Vogue channel. They got a lot of commercials, y'all. They got a lot of commercials. Stop it, I can't. Zoe? Hey!
I am here with Lauren Sanchez Bezos. And Lauren, you are an honorary co-chair of this year's event. So tell me so far, what has that experience been like?
And the entire gallery has
that's
been
the
such,
guys,
fashion art.
It is Amazon. She one too.
And these designs really, really hard. And it's so
And Lauren, can we talk about come on, can we talk about this look and how the theme resonated in what you wore tonight?
Well, it's Schiaparelli, and Daniel wanted to pay homage to Madame actually.
Oh, wow.
And one shoulder off, and so him and his team did an incredible job, and I am so grateful to them.
You look gorgeous.
Thank you so much. Are you having fun?
I'm having fun. I'm just
You
trying to,
relaxed?
I'm trying to breathe
Look
a
at
little bit, but I'm having a
Look
good
at this
time.
red carpet.
Yes.
Here comes
Oh,
Nicole.
God,
Do you want me
yes.
to do interviews too? Because I can do
you
that.
You can. You're the best at that for sure. Have the best time.
Thank you
See
so
inside.
much. And you look stunning, by the way. I hope
Thank you.
everyone has looked at your
Thank you
dress.
so much.
So
Thank
nice
you.
to see you.
All right, you too, always.
Don't Lala always look nice? Go ahead, Lala. Wow.
Look who we have here. We have Mr. Connoisseur.
Should I acknowledge everyone?
Oh, say
hi.
hi.
Hi, Fred.
No one acknowledges them. So it's very nice. They need attention.
How's it going?
We're good.
When did y'all get here? It's been a
Well,
while, huh?
well, it's been a long day for us.
We've
but
been here.
It's not about us. It's about
We
you.
slept here last night.
Do you like how I instantly tried to
deflect?
push
I know what you're
on
doing,
someone
and
else,
I want to talk
not
about the
me?
fact that this is your first Met.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
How does it feel to be
Yeah,
here?
are you
It was
nervous? Are you excited?
I'm not nervous. I mean, I feel good.
Yeah.
Who is
But
that,
everyone's been
y'all?
asking me if I'm
Who is
nervous. So
that?
I'm like, what?
Oh, should I
is
be
the
nervous,
unexpected
people?
thing I'm waiting for.
You know, I wasn't ever nervous when I first. Maybe when I got further down the line, I'm just like, I don't know.
Was the
Do you remember?
Super good question.
Ooh.
Super good question. No idea. Thanks. I think it was 2011.
I'm like, we're done here.
Wait a second. What did you do to have to prep for tonight, knowing that this is such a big night? It's the Met Gala, darling.
Oh,
It's your first
Everybody
one.
keep
What was your trip
tapping,
like?
keep
I
sharing.
mean, it was just a bunch of conversations
Good
with my
morning,
stylist,
Fawn.
James, and
Hi, James.
yeah, James Yardley. Shout out.
And who are you
Yeah.
wearing?
I'm with Saint Laurent. So this is Anthony.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Saint
Yeah,
Laurent.
look at
And
that.
so you and Amy collabed on this look?
Yes. Well, this was really a brainchild between James and him. So
Oh.
yeah, we just want to do something like fabric. We got the bow.
Love.
You know,
Oh, that's
I am gonna
really
go
fabulous.
Now I got
You need someone
On the
following you
carpet?
I know. I
No,
need
but
someone with a huge
Yeah,
fan
resting.
doing that.
You have to do that on the, like, we could come with you and waft
We can
you.
do it.
I'm gonna
When
be
we
like,
finish with this job.
I'm gonna be like, wait, 1 second.
And Ashley and Cara are gonna waft me.
Your wafters.
Beyonce
thank you
is
for
the
coming.
last one,
You've
y'all.
never been inside, right? So to the
I've
gala.
lived outside my.
But you've been to the Met Museum?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I came in like September.
Yeah.
Something.
Most anticipated thing inside.
I don't know what I have no idea
Oh,
what
What
I'm.
most anticipated thing inside?
Like, what's you most excited to see? Like, what's
The bathroom selfie.
I
it's a thing.
Remember
It's a
that?
thing.
We're
Okay,
gonna
Connor.
recreate that tonight.
Can't
Yeah,
wait to
we
see
will.
you in there. In the bathroom?
Sure.
Okay,
That's
cool.
where we all meet.
Let's make it happen.
Love it.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Now look what she got on her face. How could she see out of that? How could she see? Does it got 2 holes in it? Wow. They went all out this year, y'all. They went all
Getting
out
ready
this
for
year.
fashion's biggest night, it's easy to just focus on the look.
All right, y'all. So
But none of
look,
this happens without prioritizing your
we're
health.
gonna switch it up soon
That's why
and go
I'm
into some
living
hot topics,
150 years.
right? Because
and they're
it's
still
hard to do
focused on
this
helping
while I'm
people
on the
with their
wire
health
to the
first.
tubesy because they can't really see what's going on, right? Because my screen is laggy waggy. All right, so everybody come on in. Yep, we got the commercial. All right, let's wait till the commercial goes off. There it goes. We back. Somebody is screaming they behind us. They screaming their head off, y'all.
What are you doing here, ladies? We're having fun at the Met. Wait, use your
Who's
mic.
screaming like that?
We heard you have a donkey named Gus.
Yeah, we told you that. It's true.
We read it about
No,
you.
we did some digging. Yeah. Thank you.
Can you tell us about owning a donkey?
Yeah, it's great. It's the best thing. I was rubbing his ears this morning to get ready.
She owns a
Do you drink his
donkey.
milk?
What?
Don't a donkey be kicking you?
Or, no,
Ain't it a donkey that be kicking people,
Gus
y'all?
is a dude. It doesn't
But also,
milk.
it's goats
Thank you for the taps, everybody.
The farm does not have milk anywhere except in the fridge from Horizon Organic.
Okay.
But I have 2 donkeys. I just have to.
We're watching the Met Gala, doing a little quick recap.
How did you come up
Then
with
we're
the
gonna
name?
go into some things, yo.
Gus was my husband named him, and then Andrew came with his name.
Oh,
Yeah, they do.
I just love that you have donkeys.
No, we do.
Because you have so much like rolling hills.
I'd be scared to have a donkey.
Yeah,
The donkey have a good thought to kick
to
me
come to
across the room.
The giant netball and having
Don't the donkey?
and walking over children, petting
Don't they
the-
be kicking people with their hind legs, yo?
Goats and horses. But I did start out my day there, so this is.
You did.
Yes, that's why this is so balanced. And
That's why I like to ask people what they did in preparation. And
Yeah.
you were rubbing your donkey's ears.
well,
Rubbing
I
the
used to get
donkey's
facials,
ears.
which are also really.
You don't.
They
look
are
it.
great.
Your skin is glow.
Oh, okay. I'm on medicine right now for acne on my chin. On my neck.
Babe, I'm on
No.
I'm on my
She giving
I
all
can't
the
tell.
information that we
Wait,
need.
who are
She
you
said
wearing?
she got
Amanda, who
she
are
on
you
acne.
Tiffany's.
She got acne medication
I'm
for her
also
chin.
wearing a Prada dress.
Whoa!
Good friend of Prada.
Show up and show out.
I'm
Good
wearing
friend of Prada.
Steph
Show off.
Love.
Good
Love
friend of
is the
Sarah.
dress.
Good friend of Sarah.
And good friend of oh
Yes.
oh my
Show
God.
off.
I was just looking at her thing that she's doing with the red.
Who is that,
backpack.
y'all?
Yes.
Very cool.
Very
Saw it
cool.
on the gram.
Who
Yes.
is that?
God for the gram.
On the gram.
Forever grateful for the gram.
Amanda.
What are you wearing?
What you
what are you
wearing?
I'm naked underneath this.
So am I.
I
know by the way. Yeah.
Woo!
They love giving too much information. I have no underwear. Acne medication for my chin.
Are you wearing anything underneath your dress?
No, there's just layers.
Isn't it nice to know that we're
And a
all
bra.
full naked underneath?
Yes.
You know what?
Yeah.
Everybody's naked underneath. TikTok mama. What's up, TikTok mama? Wow, I like that pink suit. That's nice. I like seeing guys in pink. What's up, TikTok mama? Some nice dresses. So the theme is art, like wearing art. I thought it's every year is art, but that's what the theme is, wearing art. Like, you know, your outfit becomes art. Beyonce looks stunning. She had the skeletons going on. Is that the basketball player? What's that basketball player? The African American basketball player, y'all. What's her name? Ain't that her? Who was that, y'all? What's her name again? Who has the best dress? I don't know. I didn't watch it all. I think Beyonce just had to go off the top of the rip. What's the basketball player's name, y'all? Beyonce had the best dress for me. It was immaculate. Angel Reese. That's Angel Reese. Wow, Angel Reese got invited to the Met Gala. What happened to that girl she used to hang with? She left her in the dust, didn't she? They was doing radio interviews together. Oh, she looked stunning. She was a Victoria's Secrets model. That's probably why she's there.
We hit your first Met Gala. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's my first Met Gala, and so I'm so excited and a little nervous too.
Nothing to be nervous about. Everybody's going to take care of you. You look absolutely beautiful. Can you tell us about your
This other guy came as Ike Turner.
Yeah, this is custom.
He got the Ike Turner
by
haircut.
Jonathan
Did y'all see
Mendes.
that?
So this flower detail.
Why you gonna come to the gala as Ike
My
Turner?
hair is flower detail
It's a
too.
flower. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
We're trying the flower.
The choker is?
Yes.
Oh no, you look
Like
so
the
gorgeous.
details
This is vintage Guardian.
Oh, excuse me,
my
girl.
goodness. How long did it take you to edit?
4 hours, 5 hours. Yeah.
It's about
Nerf
it.
one.
It'll be worth it though. It
What
will
you say,
be.
Humble?
It's your first
Angel
Met Gala.
Reese, that's it.
What's going through
Who's
your
this,
head right
y'all?
now?
Oh, I'm just want to meet my members. Yeah, they were there, so it's so exciting.
So, who are you excited to see inside?
Oh, you guys?
Oh,
yeah, really.
She gave the right answer.
Oh, we're so happy to see you.
You.
look stunning, and the sparkles, everything. To see
Come
you inside,
as
beauty.
are you.
Thanks for coming.
Come as are you.
Thank you.
Hey, Lizzie. Welcome, everybody. Come on in. We're just getting started. We're going through the gala a little bit, but then we're going to get to the hot topics. We're going to get to the nitty gritty. Angel Reese looks stunning. Stunning, stunning, stunning. Beyonce is the last one. So we might have to skip to get to her. Because I want to get to these hot topics. Oh, that's the guy that was in that movie. I forgot his name. They turned the red carpet into a whole show. It used to be you walk the red carpet, you taking pictures, you go in, but that was a whole show, right? Everybody see you keep tapifying, keep sharifying. Everybody come on in.
Isha Ambani. Wow. Can you please tell us about this look?
Obsessed. Not do I like it, I love it.
Yeah, what's the inspiration? Tell us about the mango. I need to know everything.
It's a sari. It's a hand woven sari, and the blouse is full of my mother's jewelry, and it has different sentimental pieces. It has something from when a gift that I got when my kids were born, and just other things that are sentimental. And then this cape is by Gaurav Gupta, and it's supposed to be like a sculptural element to the sari. And then the mango is a sculpture by Subodh Gupta, who's another Indian artist.
It's not a real mango, right?
It's steel.
It looks so real. They did such a fantastic job.
She said it's not a real mango, is
Actually,
it?
it's like 20 years old.
20 years old.
That's recent. It's not recent.
I just love your interpretation being like sentimental. Like I really love that.
Yeah. Also, I think when we thought about it, and fashion is art, we were like, oh, like the sari is like the ultimate.
I think she's from like India or somewhere like that.
It was like the ultimate like symbol of art form.
Like Bollywood. She looks like very
Speaking of
Bollywoodish.
sentimental moments, what are the twins doing tonight?
They were actually at the hotel looking at me, like, watching me getting dressed. And then they wanted to come to drop me. And I was like, are you sure you won't cry when I go to the party? And they're like, no, I'm going to cry. I was like, okay, you're not coming.
Oh, no, you're not.
Not invited. Uninvited immediately.
Yeah.
They said they was honest. They said we're going to cry.
Yeah, no, that's the worst.
Kids
this
is
is such a
honest.
beautiful
Yeah,
night.
we're
I
going to
can't
cry.
wait to see you on the carpet. You're going to shine. The light's going to hit every gem. You even have real flowers over here.
Sculpture. It's not. They're not real. They're made out of.
Turn to the camera.
She said they're not real.
You have to see
Everything
these
looks
flowers.
real.
Look at this. This is a sculpture. I'm touching it. Oh, it's really hard. It's absolutely beautiful.
That's a
And yes, but he's
beautiful dress.
Brooklyn-based
Very
artist,
creative.
and he works on creative.
Very
So I
creative.
was really lucky that I got to
wear one of his creations.
We'll have so much fun tonight. Yeah, see you soon.
See you then. Love you.
Bye, honey.
Okay, y'all, look. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to skip to Beyonce, right? Beyonce's all the way at the end because I want to get to the hot topics because this is not going over well because I don't know their names, everybody. And so let's get to the end. Oh, it's so slow. So we're going to get to the end and we're going to see Beyonce and Blue Ivy. All right? So let's get to the end. So everybody tapify, everybody shareify, everybody likeify, and everybody put hashtags in the comments. Hashtags. All right? Hold on. We're trying to get to the end. Or let's find a clip. Let's find a clip. Okay, hold on, y'all. We're going to do it like this. We're gonna find a clip. Let's find a clip of Beyonce at the Met Gala. Let's find a clip of it because it's gonna take too long to send it to the end. Okay, so let's see. Beyonce and Met Gala. Okay, so let's see if we can find a clip, y'all. Because we do want to see Beyonce, but then we're going to get going because all right, so let's see. Let's see if this is a good clip. Everybody keep tapifying, keep shareifying, right? Keep likeifying. Yesterday we talked about the scientists today, and today also is Ashley Janae's homecoming. So they're gonna put Ashley Janae to rest today. All right. They're gonna put Ashley Janae to rest. All right, so then let's come out of this and let's go straight to Beyonce, and then we're gonna get to some hot topics because I gotta show stuff over here by itself, you know what I'm saying? Just on the clock sees, you know what I'm saying? So hold on. So here goes Beyonce at the gala. They're going crazy. Look at them. Wow. 10 years. She hasn't been to the gala in 10 years. Thank you for the heart, man. Thank you, Terrence. Jay-Z came too. You're going crazy. Somebody ain't gonna have no voice when they get home. They're losing their mind. Look at that dress, y'all. Look at that dress. Woo. Wow. Stunning, stunning, stunning. I feel like Beyonce had the best dress of the ball. Hands down. Beyonce! Beyonce! Ah! Wow. Beautiful lady, right? Beautiful. Beyonce be doing it. She was almost in tears talking about how Blue is on the carpet with her. She can't believe it. Blue is almost 15. She got to be 15. Oh, look at Blue in the back. There go Blue is coming. Blue Ivy, look. Wow. She's taller than Beyonce, is she? They almost the same height. They said, let's get Jay in there. Let's get Jay. There goes Jay-Z. Wow. See? This is probably the reason why you know who isn't there. Wow. Stunning. Look how long the train is. The train goes all the way out there. The train is need its own car. The train got to get a separate Uber.
How's it feel to share this night with Blue?
Look at Blue Ivy. Wow. Look at Blue Ivy. Growing up fast, man. Ain't she growing up fast, y'all? Beyonce! Somebody gonna need some honey and some lemon. Beyonce! Turn around! Over the shoulder, over the shoulder. Whoa, they're chatting, look. Wow. Hey, Karen, thank you for the rose.
I'm so excited for
Tracy, what proud parents. I think that they dressed her in all white because it's her first time there. Over the shoulder. Y'all gotta turn around. They gotta turn around to both sides.
Mr. Carter, can I photograph your watch? Today's show.
They said, can I photograph your watch? What kind of watch Jay got on? You know he got on some expensive stuff, right? All right, y'all. We're going to get into hot topics now. All right. Let's get into some hot topics, y'all. All right. So the first thing we're going to get into that I watched that was kind of ill. It was ill. Of D4DV, a video of him explaining to his little house guests, right? He's explaining to his little house guests on why the smell is funkity dunkity, like it's stinky, inky, right? And let's look at what DVD says. Let's pull this up, y'all. Okay, let's pull up DVD. Everybody keep tapping, keep sharing. We're going to go into some hot topics. I think the Julio Folio case is going on today. All right. We got to get up to speed with that. Who's interested in this? Are y'all interested in the Julio Folio case? Or y'all don't care? All right, let's go to this video. I came across this video of David. All right. And David is explaining to his house guests on why he's caught on video, explaining to his house guests on why it's stinky, inky in his house. And he's talking about he took a little plunkety donk, right? But his friend Neo face gives everything away. I believe that little friend, his friend Neo, he know everything like the situation. The guy Neo knows everything that happened. He better watch Neo. Okay, I know he want to take Neo next and chopify him up and put him in the Tesla, because Neo might tell everything. Neo might tell everything. All right, so let's go to it. We're gonna go to my girl again, Nancy Grace. All right. Hold on. Let's go to this. And we're going to go and do some DVD updates. We got a court date coming up May 26th. I wish I could get out there, but you know how it is. You know how it gets in the club. All right. So let's take a look at this.
This smell was coming from human remains and not from some other source. So it's certainly not a bomb.
Okay, so let's look at this. And let's talk about it. More DVD updates. The case just gets woo as we go along.
Video
the case just gets
with
crazy
friends
and crazy.
partying at his mansion where Celeste was murdered, blaming the stench of a dead body in his mansion on his bathroom. This is after Celeste is murdered. He blames the smell of this child's decomposing body on his bathroom. And I've got it on video. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
They met when she was 11, still having braces.
He went himself to the school playground and pays another kid $1,000 to give Celeste Rivas a secret cell phone.
This is the Tesla being moved from the rental house.
Just when you say, well, I've seen it all, guess what? You haven't. To Joe Scott Morgan joining us, Professor of Forensics, Jacksonville State University. I want you to watch this in particular, because here, according to the state, after murdering a little schoolgirl, literally a little schoolgirl, after murdering her,
thank you, Slay.
Using a kiddie pool to get rid of the body, he then jokes and laughs about the stench of decomposition, claiming, oh, yeah, I just took it in my bathroom. His words, not mine.
That's what he said.
I'm sure I'll get beeped out. And I got to have a shrink on this, Joe Scott, but the gall of killing a little girl, a schoolgirl, and then laughing about the smell of her body. Okay, listen.
Oh, yeah, you know, that's the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit like 2 hours later. I just took a another one. That's what I'm talking about.
Now watch this the little guy's face. Look at his face. You see his face?
I found that, I fell off my chair. That's from @SecuraShimco on Twitch. And I just want to see it one more time. And everybody, we're going to get into this. But look at the Forwardy's friend, Neo. He, according to the state, may very well have known that Celeste was dead. So does he know that Celeste has been murdered and rendered disarticulated in that mansion? And now he's looking up David Anthony Burke, claiming it's a backed up commotion. Let's just watch it one more time.
Oh, yeah, that's the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit like 2 hours later. I don't care. I just took a shit. Another one? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Look at his face. See? Look at his face.
From Ask Shimko on Twitch. It's like I need.
How many people think that Neo is going to tell everything? How many people think that Neo is going to tell everything? Okay? I think what they're going to do, because they know Neo and they look at that video, he was like, he looked at the camera like, yeah, right? They're going to summons him, right? And they're going to, knowing how the cops, like, how they do things, they're probably going to threaten him, right? Because if you don't give up the information, then you become an accomplice. If you don't give up the information, you become an accomplice. So do you want to do time? Oh, no. Okay, then tell us everything you know. Oh, I'll tell you everything. And then some. That Neo is going to tell. He telling. He got Tekashi 6ix9ine written all over his face. Let's listen.
It's going, yeah, that's not what it is. Okay, Joe Scott, I haven't formally introduced you, but before I do that, reaction?
People bang on nowadays about objectification. You want to know objectification? There it is. He's actually comparing this child's remains to human feces. Let that sink in just for a second. And she is literally there, this child, in multiple pieces in this vehicle out there. And he's drawing this comparison. He has ripped her apart, allegedly. And there she sits in this house. And he's having to explain the stench. Hell yeah, it stinks. This is human remains that are decomposing. A true child, a human being who is rotting inside of his rented domicile, Nancy. That's my reaction.
To blame the smell of her decomposition that, according to prosecutors, he has caused on his bathroom. Okay, joining us, veteran defense attorney Eric Faddis, founder of the law offices of Eric Faddis, former felony prosecutor at ericfaddislaw.com. Okay, Eric Faddis, what's going to happen? What are you going to say when I play this in front of the jury? Just let it soak in. Let's watch it one more time.
Oh, yeah, that's the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit like 2 hours later. I don't care. I just took a shit. Another one? That's what I'm talking about.
He said he took a SHIT 2 hours ago.
It's disgusting.
Wow.
I mean, I try really hard. That's from Asakura Shimko on Twitch, by the way. I try really hard not to think of my little girl in Celeste's shoes. But when I do, and I hear this, Eric Faddis, how are you going to get all the moms off the jury?
Well, Nancy, we don't know the exact source of the smell. You got to look at when this video was taken. And can the prosecution really line that up with the location of Celeste Rivas' remains at that time? Were they outside, in a trunk outside of this house? If so, that would make it considerably less likely that this smell was coming from human remains and not from some other source. So it's certainly not a bombshell. By no means does this clip make the case a slam dunk. And on top of that, there are questions that remain in terms of exactly when and exactly where, what time, and what location these alleged acts occurred. And so this is not the smoking gun by any means.
Okay, you know what, Joe Scott Morgan, let's address what he just said. If the body was still, if Celeste's body, a schoolgirl's body, was still in that home, that would explain the smell of decay. And it is overwhelming. Joe Scott Morgan, I've been on plenty of crime scenes, and I learned this little trick. Rookie cops have to get mentholatum under their nose. Oh, okay. And now I know why. So they don't smell what those people were smelling that were laughing and joking about it. Joe Scott, I've seen cops actually vomit the first time they go to a crime scene and smell a dead body.
Damn.
It's something you never forget.
Listen, Nancy, nothing that you do as an investigator at a scene is going to thwart the smell or knock down the smell of decompositional odor. Okay. How much more so with people? And here's my big question with this. How much more so with these individuals that are actually indwelling this structure? How long had they smelled the smell and just ignored it? Are you telling me that these individuals that are occupying this
boy Neo is with him every day almost, right? So you know the dude Neo. Now here's the other thing. So Neo's there with the girl. The girl looked like she's just a visitor, right? And he tells them, "Oh, I took a SHIT 2 hours ago," right? Well, if Neo is there every day, Neo smelled the poopy dude the day before, like days before that. So how you saying you took a poopy dude 2 hours ago when I'm smelling a caca for days now? That's why Neo's face is looking at the camera like this. Because he know it's something going down in the compound. What's up, Chantel? Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Come on in. It's Hot Topics with Miss Knockout. Come on in. We're going over a lot of stuff. Let's listen.
Could be this ridiculously stupid that they believe that they're buying that this is a backed up toilet. Give me a break. I just don't buy it because, you know, the thing about it, Nancy, is that the smell of human decomposition is so very unique. It is so assaulting. It is so insulting that this is literally indwelling the space. I've done thousands of decomposed bodies over the course of my career as an investigator. It's something you never get used to at all. How much more so for somebody that hasn't been around it? To me, it's absolutely amazing that you could have turned a blind eye. And I'm saying that to everybody that stepped through that door, Nancy.
Watch his face. Watch Theo's face.
I just took another one. That's what I'm talking about.
Look at him. Look at that face. That's the
From
I'm
that
gonna tell on
suggestion
you
to
later
Twitch.
face.
Okay, Eric Faddis, they're laughing. They're laughing. The only one not laughing is Neo, who's like thinking that's not what it is. But you can hear D4VD laughing.
Because he don't care.
You know,
But I bet you
what you'd said earlier is that
at that time he don't care, right? But when people make it to the slammer, they start caring. They like, they in there with the pimps and the pushers. And then they're gonna find out that he was messing with the little people. And it's gonna be on and popping D4 DVD, right? It's gonna be on and popping. Let's listen.
Some rookie cops, when they encounter the smell of human decomposition, they vomit. It's so overwhelming. It is so oppressive to them. That wasn't the reaction that I saw on either of those folks' faces in that clip there. They seem to be just doing a normal, internet stream like they do. Perhaps there was some smell in the background, but it certainly didn't seem like something so overpowering, causing them to gag or anything like that. So were there really remains inside that residence at that time? I think that's an open question.
Okay, it was.
I think if it was in the car at the time, I don't think that they would smell it like all that good. I think that at this time, most likely, it was still in the house. Don't y'all think so? Because if it's in the car, the stench is gonna go outside in the neighborhood. Right? The door is closed, the window's closed, they inside the house. I think that she was probably in the house at that time, that they, and why, this is why I call dumb criminals. Why you having company over and you got a unalive body in the house? Why you having company over there? Why? What's up, Goddess? What's up, James? What's up, everybody? Shorty? Why you having company and you got a dead body in there? Come on.
So bad, Eric Faddis, that D4VD felt he had to apologize for it. And the look on Neo, self-titled The Asian, is priceless. He's like, no smile, no laughing, because he knows what it is. Again, Neo Langston is not charged with the death of Celeste, with anything to do with her murder. I'm wondering if he's state's witness number one, but this is what our friend, private investigator Steve Fisher, who was hired to go check out the mansion, hired by the mansion owner, Deformity's mansion. This is what he gave us. Watch. What is the date of that video we're showing right now?
July 29th, 2025.
The windows were rolled down and it's coming out of D4BD's mansion. Do you believe that Celeste was already, her body was already in the front trunk?
Absolutely. Yes.
Why?
Because he got those windows
because
rolled down.
This is the last day that the car is driven. They leave that evening, early in the evening, late afternoon, on a tour bus for the first leg of the tour, which starts in San Francisco. So this is it. They leave and they're not back until the search warrant, after the search warrant.
So homeboy went on a tour, business as usual, after he murkified this little girl. Ain't that's what we call a psychopath, right? Ain't that a psychopath? Ain't that a psychopath? That he got all the characteristics of a psychopath. You go in business as usual, like you ain't showing no signs of any kind of fear. You know what I'm saying? T-bone. He's not showing no kind of fear, no kind of what? He like, I did what I did because I did it. Let's listen.
Executed now. Somebody is back, not David, but somebody is in that house the day before the search warrant is executed, and we don't know. We haven't narrowed down the two people, but we don't know exactly who. But David is out on tour and doesn't come back before she's found.
Damn. All right,
Sparkle costs less and is just right for everyday messes.
I wonder how Nancy Grace knows that the commercial's getting ready to come on. She like ends it right before it comes on. All right, everybody come on in. We're doing DVD updates. We're going to do some Ashley updates. Funerals today. At my funeral, I wish I could have made it out there, y'all. I wish I could have, but it was a line. And, I could have called somebody. We could have drove out there, but, I didn't sync up with, you know what I'm saying? I should have went out there. I should have called Mel, and we should have went out there. But I didn't sync up with him in time because, a funeral's open to everybody could come, right? So Trent covered the story. He went there. So he's going to tell us what went on and stuff like that. So everybody come on in. Everybody Tapify. Everybody Shareify. We're doing DVD updates. All right, we're doing DVD updates. So everybody come on in.
All you have to do is heat up the meals in the oven or microwave. The best part is new users can get meals for only $6.
All right, here we go, y'all. Here we go.
Hi, guys. American homeowners. The FBI has been warning about a type of real estate fraud called title theft, and your equity is the target. With just a forged signature, your ownership can be transferred out of your name.
Oh, that's scary.
And without protection in place, you're left with an emotional and financial nightmare.
What?
That is why
I ain't never heard of this.
With Home Title Lock, so you
Where
can
my
find out
homeowners
today
at?
if you're already a victim and protect yourself. Use promo code Nancy at HometitleLock.com to get a free title history report plus a free trial of
wow, that's scary that
$1
somebody could just forge your name
protection.
and take over your house.
24/7 monitoring, urgent alerts, and if you're a victim of fraud, they'll spend up to
that
$1
can't be as
million
easy as it sounds
to fix it. Don't be a victim.
To
Protect
fix
your
it.
home
It could be
equity
fraud.
today. That's HometitleLock.com. Promo code Nancy, or just use the link below. And good luck. So let me understand this. Dave Mack joining us, Crime Stories investigative reporter. I pressed Steve Fisher because he looked at the video very carefully and he describes the driver, but he comes that short of naming Neo Langston as the driver. But when, in relation to them leaving on the world tour, was Celeste murdered, according to prosecutors?
Well, prosecutors say that Celeste was murdered on April 23rd. The leaving for the tour that you're talking about, where the car is parked for the last time, Nancy, is July 29th. And that's when they load up and take off. So you're dealing with a couple of months there. But remember, from the night that she was murdered on April 23rd, D4VD had an incredibly tight lineup of events, interviews, and things promoting the release of his album that was due to be released 2 days after he allegedly murdered Celeste.
Wow.
The Withered album and world tour, all of that was launching beginning April 25th. So he was really tied in tight, Nancy, with activities in the days and actually in the hours following the murder of Celeste.
Hold on just a second. I'm digesting what you're saying, Dave Mack. So to Dr. Janie Lacey joining us, licensed psychotherapist, CEO of Life Counseling Solutions, author of How to Heal from a Toxic Relationship and The Resilient Professional. That's her podcast on YouTube, Dr. Janie. So we see him and we have the photos. And I want you to look at these photos, Dr. Janie. April 23, 8:40 p.m., that's the party after allegedly murdering Celeste. April 23, he orders an Uber, we have experimented and found out between $200 and $300. He pays it to have Celeste brought to him like she's a pizza, like ordering Chinese food. Just bring her on over, okay? He brings her to her death, according to prosecutors, on an Uber, picked up at her parents' home, Lake Elsinore. She gets there around 10 o'clock at night. And there we see that night, Bert beginning to text Celeste, where are you? Hey, according to prosecutors, she's already dead. And it's that night he is spotted at parties to promote his upcoming world tour and to promote his album. And she, according to prosecutors, from April 23rd until her body is found, is in the car, either in the home or in the car. Dr. Janie Lacey, he has no problem going out to party and laughing, according to prosecutors, after her murder, after ordering her up like a pizza to her death, and then partying that night.
You know, when I see that footage, Nancy, I think of the term duping delight, right? So what that means is that the person who potentially committed this heinous crime feels like they can get away with it and no one else knows what happened. You know, they engage, they're doing what we're seeing, they're going on with their life, they're partying. So there's this,
he definitely went on with his
disturbance of compartmentalization on a whole another level, because this is someone who's not grieving, right? He's moving on with his life and there's no shock involved. So he's not even trying to hold it together. He's just going on with his life. So I think about that in the sense of potentially in that moment feeling like he's gotten away with everything. He can go on with his life. Potentially, if he thought this was the problem that was going to ruin his life, he's able to do that. Because when we think about this, right, when someone who allegedly can commit this act of violence, especially against a child,
I don't understand how he did all this and he thought in his mind that he was going to get away with it. That's the part I don't understand about these criminals. You go into the store, you buying spades and burn cages and chainsaws and body bags, right? And you got stuff smelling in your house. You got people coming in your house. Like, how was you doing all this stuff? And in your mind, you saying to yourself that I'm going to get away with this. And then you got a phone full of all the stuff with the little people you recorded on your phone. My thing is, I want to know is, who else has he been doing stuff to? Are other young girls going to come forward? Okay, somebody was setting him up. You think somebody was setting him up? You don't think so Pam, you don't think he did all of this stuff? You think somebody else did it and set him up? So Pam thinks that I got to enter. Is that what you're saying? That's very interesting. That's very interesting. But here's one thing. Here's one thing that takes out that ruling in my mind, right? Look at what's up, doctor? Look, what's up? Good morning to you. Everybody, it's Taco Tuesdays. All right. Here's one thing that takes out that ruling in my mind, right? He's sitting there with company with a stench in his house, right? If you don't know what the stench is and somebody's framing you, then you're going to make it your business to find out what the heck is smelling in there, right? And even if somebody was setting you up, if you know that it's unalive body in your house, now you become part of the crime. You become an accomplice. So how would somebody framing him? Yeah, what? Yes, would be he would have to leave so many clues. Why would he live? Because he's a dumb criminal. That's what I call a dumb criminal, Pam. That's why he's leaving so many clues. They said that he got in the Tesla, in which we just watched, with the body inside it. He was driving the Tesla. So how you driving a Tesla with a body inside of it and somebody else is framing you? When somebody else is framing you, you don't know what's going on until the police come and say you did A, B, C, D. He left so many clues because A, he's a YN, B, he's a dumb criminal. Okay? He's Sybil. Who's Sybil? Who's Sybil, Pam? Let's listen, y'all.
Potentially claim that they cared about, and then they're able to go on lives and partying. They're relaxed, they're engaging, they're performing. You know, they are emotionally detached on a profound level. And this is not a person on Snap. This is someone, in my opinion, who
that's a good way to
felt like they got away with something, and they compartmentalize on that deep level. And I know, with my work with survivors of predatory relationships, we see this dynamic on the other side. Women are constantly they spend years trying to understand, like, the person who said they loved them, how can they just turn off and turn on so effortlessly? And, there was no real connection there. There was performance.
Thank you so much, Cinco de Mayo. Oh, it's Cinco de Mayo.
What concerns me most is that this kind of emotionally unavailable is exactly
Wait a minute. It's Cinco de Mayo, y'all. It's Cinco de Mayo. Wow. It is Cinco de Mayo. Everybody get your coronafications. I actually happen to have a coronafication. Should we have a party later? Should we have a Cinco de Mayo party later? It's going to be on the tick to the Clizop and on the B to the B. Yeah. Y'all want to have a Cinco de Mayo party? Yes. I have to say yes. Let's have a little fun. We always talking about all this crazy stuff. Let's have a little fun and have a Cinco de Mayo party. Today I ain't gonna go to sleep today though. Yesterday I apologized. I took a nap right after we got off. My whole intentions was come back to do the red carpet, right? And I took a nap. I was just gonna do it on the clock and the B side, right? I wasn't gonna do the Y to the tubesy because I can't really show footage on there until I get my new computer, right? So I was gonna come back. Right. And then I laid down for a nap, y'all. And I woke up and it was 4:00 in the morning. Right. So my friend was like, yo, knock out your body probably need that rest. You know what I'm saying? Your body probably need that rest because, I go to sleep late and I get up at 5 a.m. Right. Dreams. Yeah. You know what I was dreaming about last night? I was dreaming that I was at a record label. Right. I had a weird dream last night. Dreams always mean something, right? Because I go get my new record out. It's Knockout coming with the heat on all platforms. Knockout coming with the heat on all platforms. You can go on my Linktree and find it. I got to put on my Linktree on the B side, right? I was dreaming that I was at a record label, right? And the A&R said, "Good, we want to sign you, but I have a contract already made here that I was going to give to somebody else, but I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to just change the name." And I looked at him like he was nuts. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, I'm not signing. He wanted me to sign it right then. And it was at a big label. I ain't going to say the name of the label, but it was at a major. And I asked the guy, I said, "Do you know me like that?" He was like, "Yeah, I know you." He said, "I've been watching you for years." And he was like trying to get me to sign this contract, and I wouldn't sign it. Right? And then somehow I didn't go home. I was at the label, and I seen all these people at the label. I seen Beyonce's mother was there. Lala was there. I was seeing all these stars in the label. It was such a weird dream. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it means, right? But it was weird. Okay, let's get back. So then I woke up 4 a.m. and I said, boom, no Met Gala carpet. I said, oh my gosh, they're going to, I don't want to lose trust with the viewers, but I always come on all the time. I spend like 4 or 5 hours on here at a time. You know what I'm saying? 4 or 5 hours, and my plan is going forward, I want to come on like, 2 times a day, not on the Y to the Tubesy, but on the clock and on the other places, So let's get back to it.
Kept to lessen the relationship. Predators like this, they have extraordinary skills at creating the illusion of intimacy. And as we were saying, he was an actor, he's an entertainer. So just enough to make a child feel seen and chosen.
Hey, Dr. Jamie and Eric Faddis, the video I'm showing right now,
time management is very hard for me, right? So Lips, right? I call you Kissy Lips. Hey, Kissy Lips. Hey. So Lips said time management, right? But I'm trying to, and Danita tells me the same thing. Like you need to write you a schedule, write you a to-do list, right? The time goes so quick, right? And now I'm doing music, I'm doing beats. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing music, I'm doing beats, I'm doing promotions on my song, Knockout Coming with the Heat. I'm getting ready to do college promo, right? I'm doing college promo. And somebody told me to do college promo now. They said because it's less competition now. And I said I wasn't going to do the college promo because I'm like, school's letting out. And they was like, the radio goes years around. So now I'm doing college promo, right? I got to do as an indie artist, you the promotions team, you the tour, you the everything yourself, right? Pushing yourself forward, sweetheart. Yes, but I do got to get my time management underway. Right now, I'm on 9 apps right now, right? So I got that down pat. I'm able to stream on 9 apps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 apps. I'm on 8 apps simultaneously, right? And I'm getting ready to do a 9th one, the special one that they recruited me for in Japan, right? And so I'm able. I cut that out, right? But then when I get off, there's very little time for me to do stuff because when I look up, when are you going to get sleep? Okay. If I don't go to sleep, I'm not going to get up. Okay. You can. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I need to like develop a schedule and a to-do list and a schedule. You know what I'm saying? Then you get, you live in an apartment, you got to clean your apartment, then you got to make business phone calls before 5 a.m. It's a lot. It's a lot. People got kids, people got a husband. It's just me and it's a lot. It's just me and it's a lot. You know what I'm saying? You got to clean up your apartment. If you see the clothes I got in there from my clubbing days, right? I got to sell my clothes on the Vent app. I'm getting ready to sell my clothes on there, right? So now I got to sort the clothes out. I got to wash them if they're a little dirty. They were sitting around for years. Then I got to hang them up. I got to take a picture. So I'm doing all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I should be somewhere on a beach. I don't know. I am like a worker bee. I work hard, but I feel like I'm the last one to get. I work the hardest, but I'm the last one to get where I need to be. I need to figure out how to get where I need to be, right? In less time and less work. ChatGPT helped me a lot. ChatGPT, Grok, I'm getting ready to get into Claude. Like AIs help me a lot. They help me write my descriptions. They help me find they do a lot, right? It's just the real life things I got to get a handle on. And then you got to find time for sleep. Because my friend was like, don't be mad that you want to sleep for almost 10 hours, because that's your body telling you that you need to rest. And you got to listen to your body. When your body talks, you got to listen. Because I'm up all day working. When I click the button, I'm doing beats, right? I got almost 500 beats in my chamber. 500 beats, right? I got to start working on my next song. I got to do the video for Knockout Coming with the Heat. I got to put that treatment together. You know what I'm saying? So I'm working around the clock. So management is hard for me. But let's get back to it, because we went from 50 to 38 because they said, Knockout, we don't give a F about your doggone time. We want to hear about David. Let's get back to David. All right. Body will let you. Yeah, you got to listen to your body.
Celeste is murdered. Let's see that one more time. All of this is after her murder. Look at this. Celebrating, twerking, praying, giving thanks to heaven after she's murdered, Eric. And Faddis, isn't it true that the jury is instructed by the judge that they are allowed to consider evidence before, during, and after the crime, including those videos? He ain't sorry. He went and celebrated the night she was murdered.
Right. Homeboy went to a party.
That is true, Nancy, and certainly.
Wait a minute. Homeboy went to a party the night Celeste was unalive. Homeboy went to a party. Okay, he's unhinged and heartless. Oh, I agree with that. He's unhinged. He's heartless, right? He's a pedicure. He has a sickness. And he's given psychopath. And he's given narcissist. And everything is going to catch up with him like it is. A lot of these stars that's out here that's living these no good lives, right? R. Kelly, his life caught up with him. Look where he's at. Diddy, his life caught up with him. Look where he's at. Everybody look, not G Herbo. What's the other guy? G Herbo is out. What's the other guy that's from Chicago that's in his case is coming up? Not G Herbo. What's the other one from Chicago, y'all? He made the record with J. Cole, talking about he was changing his life, and he went to jail for putting something on somebody's top, setting up a pium. What's his name, y'all? Him and G Herbo are in the same realm. Hey, I'ma think of it. But he's in California. His stuff is everybody's stuff is catching up with them, right? You know, I want to be, when I go to the next level, and I am, because I got a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, and y'all gonna come with me, all right? I want to be an artist like Alicia Keys. Alicia Keys, even though they had that little thing where they said, oh, she stole somebody's wife. I know Mashonda. She ain't steal Swizz Beats from Mashonda. Mashonda and Swizz Beats were already on their way out when he started dating Alicia. Right? The timeline, everybody don't know and recognize the timeline. So they just calling Alicia a homewrecker for no reason. And that's why she annoyed. Mashonda came out and addressed it. Swizz Beats came out and addressed it. But you know, once the public and the internet want to call you something, even if you prove that you're not, they keep calling you it. Right? Right? Shining. Yes. Let's get back to D4VD, y'all. Everybody coming in, what's up? I'm your host, Miss Knockout. If you're not following me, make sure you follow me. I do real life and real world hot topics. But I am B-App. I do want to show you clips of Moet. I like Moet Goddess. I never got the chance to meet Moet Goddess because I know 21, I know TKO. I don't know Ebb and Keys to the Streets that well. I didn't get to know them. And Dre Baby knows me, even though he looked at me crazy when I went up there one time with the sticks. He was looking at like, who is this girl with these damn sticks? Because remember, I don't know if y'all remember me from the 4. Let me show you. So when I was on here before, right, I got real popular because of these. Who remembers these on the B side? Put a yes in the comments if you remember these. These are my magic sticks. And they answer questions. And a lot of people that I answered questions for came over to the clock side and they were asking me to come back for a year. Okay, the situation remembers, right? Right? And the sticks, let me show you how. We're going to go back to DVD, right? Okay, right? Watch this. Sticks, are you in the right hands? So when the sticks cross, it means yes. When they open up, it means no, right? Watch this. Now, I lock now everybody said, oh, you moving your hands. No, I'm not. I take my elbows and I lock them on my waist, right? And somebody says she's gripping them sticks, right? And I hold the sticks. Watch my hands. My hands don't move, right? Sticks. Show them what you do. When the answers no, the sticks stay out like this. Show them what you do when the answer is yes. Show them what you do when the answer is no. Right? So why I got the sticks out? F it. Let's ask some questions about DVD. Let's ask some questions about DVD while I got the sticks out. Sticks, are you in the right hands? Are you in the right hands? Okay, let me switch them. Okay, watch this. Open up. Open up. Sticks, are you in the right hands? Okay, so I got to ask the sticks if it's in the right. It'll work, but it won't work as as good. Okay, sticks could be wrong. The sticks could be wrong every once in a while. All right, let's ask some quick questions. We're going to go back to the video, but I'm going to break the sticks out more. I haven't been breaking the sticks out, but I need to break the sticks out. Okay, open it up. Open up. Open up. Now watch this. Watch this. Let's use lips for example. Okay, did lips come in my live and say I need to go play basketball? Did lips come in my live and tell me my hair is pretty? Did lips come in my live and said that I need to manage my time? Lips came in my live and said that I need to manage my time. Open up. Let's ask some questions about D4D. Everything's all alleged. And we're going to get to the psychics today because we got time today. We're going to get to the psychics, okay? Now watch, all right? More than 5. Everybody come on in. Watch this. Everything's all alleged in Miss Knockout's live from the time she opens it to the time she closes it. Oh, let me move back because people I want to make sure people on the B side can see me. All right? Hold on. Let's push this back. Let me push the stuff back on my desk. I got too much stuff on my desk, y'all. I got to move it back. I got to clear this desk off. See, I don't have time to do nothing. Okay, so let's see. All right. So now watch this. So when it's open like this, it's no. Show them what you do when the answer is yes. When it goes like this, it's yes. Open up. Okay. Everything's all alleged. Okay. Everything is for entertainment purposes only. And the sticks can be wrong. It's not 99%. Okay, sticks. Let me hold it up so y'all can see. Let me get still. Let's get still. Okay, face forward. Align yourself. Align, 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 align. Okay, somebody has hit me for a battle, but I can't press the line now because I got it aligned. Okay, sticks. Did D4VD unalive Celeste? The sticks say yeah. Open up. Are there friends around him that knows that he unalived Celeste? The answer is yes. Open up. Now let's counteract that question. Did DVD unalive Betty? Did DVD unalive Sally? Did DVD Unalive Olivia. The DVD, Unalive Celeste. Okay. Open up. Will DVD do time for Unalive and Celeste? He's going to do time. Open up. Is D4VD having a hard time in jail because they know that he was messing with kids? He's having a hard time in jail because they know he was messing with the kids. You know what happens when you mess with kids and you go to jail, right? I think the text messages will tell a lot too. Yes. What's up, Clark? I'm going to break the sticks out more, y'all. The sticks is sitting up there. I got to utilize them, right? Do y'all like the sticks or no? You like the sticks? Yeah. So one girl was on the clock. I don't see too many people on the clock doing the sticks no more. One girl was doing the sticks, right? And she was sending the people to the cash apps. I fell for it too, right? And what I did was I told her some BS. I said, am I going to travel to New Mexico New Week in a month? I applied for an acting job there, right? And then she said, the stick said, yeah, I'm going to an acting job in New Mexico, right? And then in my head, it is no job in New Mexico. So you a fraud, girl. It was the girl on here had the short hair. You's a fraud. I just made that stuff up. So that means, because to do the sticks right, you have to be a conductor of the sticks. I'm a conductor of the sticks. She just shamming people for money, right? You really got to have the energy to do the sticks. You got to have the aura and the energy and really connect with the universe. I really connect with the universe with the sticks. She just doing it for money, and she was doing it quick. What's up, Chiquita? Happy Cinco de Mayo. Everybody got it. Who got their corona rations ready? Who gets some corona rations? So yeah, we're gonna have a party. Let's have a party. Later on, I'm gonna come back on. I'm not gonna oversleep today. I got my coffee and everything. Okay. We gotta have, and also, y'all, we got the skip grants at 3 p.m. All right. We got the skip grants at 3 p.m. What is the skip grants? You could go on my Linktree, right? I gotta put my Linktree in the B app. I gotta put my Linktree because I want to talk about also growing your business. Okay. So every Tuesday and every Friday, and you could come over, y'all could come over to my clock real quick, y'all. The same name, Miss_Knockout, right? Come over to my clock and you could get the link to my skip in my bio, in my Linktree, right? And every Tuesday and every Friday, they do a reel. And as long as you signed up and got a profile on the Skip Grant site, you go on the wheel if you enter, and you can win $1,000. Who signed up for Skip on my TikTok side? Who signed up for Skip on my TikTok? If not, you better sign up now. It's 11:34. You got to it start. Oh, it opens. Yeah, sign up to Skip now. Make your profile, right? And then the contest opens up at 2:30. And they start drawing people's names at 3 o'clock. And they spin the wheel, it's random. And you don't have to pay the monthly. You don't have to upgrade to be in the contest. Your daughter did? That's good, Charlene. Remind her today to sign up for the enter the wheel, the lottery today at 2:30. Remind her to go enter. All right. And then you mess around, you win an extra $30. Shoot, you could put that towards your rent or whatever. You got an extra $100,000. Why not? You know what I'm saying? So I want to talk about business on here too, and give you stuff to help you with business, because I'm good at that too. All right. Let's get back to D4VD. Let's get back to D. Oh, one more question I want to ask the sticks. There's one more question I want to ask the sticks. I want to ask, does Neo know everything? You see the little boy? The YN. You see the little YN that was in there when he was like, they was like, what's that smell? He was like, oh, I took a poopity boop 2 hours ago. And then he looked at the camera like this. Like, you know that's not what it is. Now watch this. Okay, Sticks, are you in the right hands? So I got to make sure it's in the right hands. I got to switch it. Okay. Sticks, are you in the right hands? Okay, now the sticks are in the right hands. Hold on. Open up. Sticks, does Neo know about D4VD, Unalive Celeste? Yep. Open up. Does Neo know all about D4VD's relationship with Celeste? Open up. Will Neo testify in court? Neo's going to testify in court. They're going to summons Neo to testify in court because he's running around with them. So they're going to summons his friends. Some of them, they're going to make them come to court. If some people like look at the summons and they don't want to be involved, they will make you come to court. Let's listen. Come on.
There is no remorse shown in any of those videos.
No remorse.
Is that because he's a callous monster? Maybe. Or is it because he did not directly have involvement in this crime? We're just not sure yet. He's an entertainer. He's a promoter. This is his career. This is his livelihood. On top of this, he's 21 years old. He's not emotionally and neurologically mature. And so if he's having reactions that might seem unexpected from our perspective.
My father was halfway around the world fighting in the World War at 21. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is he doesn't appear to be the most mature individual. I think that
he got lost in fame, yeah.
But so what I'm saying is that he was in the process of promoting a new album at 20.
A lot of people feel
21 years old. He has to do.
A lot of people feel like those stars, a lot of them feel like their fame is going to protect them. Their fame makes them invincible, right? They think they're invincible till they not. Until they not. A lot of people's getting caught out there. The girl on Real House of Atlanta, Pinky, look, she's going to court now for fraud. We got to go into that case. She getting charged for fraud now. And you got to ask yourself, you a star, you on the Real House of Atlanta. Why is you doing fraud and you getting a bag? If I was getting a bag like that, I would open a business that's lucrative. And not no clothes or not no hair like everybody else is doing. I'm going to sell something that's really selling. Like it's so much stuff you could do by instead of doing no good. But I feel like they do it because they feel like they invincible, like they could get away with it. Right? Let's listen.
Do these things. It's part of his livelihood. It's part of his career. Even if his personal life might be in shambles, there might have been a horrific event to which he was somehow privy.
It's crazy how murdering a little teen schoolgirl can mess up your private life. Hey, if he didn't do it, it's in his house. The blood spatter is in the garage. Joe Scott Morgan's having a field day with that. The blood spatter is in the garage where he had her in that body in the kiddie pool, rendering it, disarticulating it. So it happened in his
Thank you
house.
So much, Deshaun.
The body was in his Tesla for months. So if he didn't do it, who did do it?
Who did do it?
You look at those videos, you look at these streaming sessions, there is almost always multiple people present during these things. People appear to be coming in and out of his house for these streaming sessions for other purposes. To nail this down, to specifically say David was...
So here's the other thing that we forget. David was also a streamer. Y'all know that, right? David was also a streamer. David also did streams. He started out as a Fortnite. So he got a lot of traffic back and forth inside of his house. He got a lot of traffic going on. You know what I'm saying? So, we can't, and then he met Celeste playing Fortnite. Let's listen.
The instrument of death that led to Rivas's demise. I'm not sure the government's there yet. I'm not sure they can make that connection.
All right, the commercial's coming.
Summertime expenses stacking up.
Everybody
fast.
keep sharing.
For many, the only option is swiping that credit card, leaving you trapped in a cycle of high interest
Okay, let's get back to it, y'all.
Nancy, and good luck. Joe Scott Morgan joining us, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University.
So this is a
forensics
guy, y'all.
On Amazon.
Let's listen.
A star of a hit podcast, Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan. Okay, let's just go along. You know,
so since y'all in here, I'm gonna give y'all a little secret, and this is all allegedly. All right, I'm hearing that Diddy might have a state case brewing. Now I don't know how true it is. I'm still looking into it, and I'm still waiting. And I'm also hearing that they're trying to attach Diddy to the Tupac case coming up, right? But they haven't been able to do it yet. I don't feel like Tupac was unalive because of Diddy. Okay, I have friends in Cali. Everybody got a hood, right? Think about your hood. My hood is South Jamaica. I grew up in, right? When something happens in my hood, the streets start talking. Everybody starts talking about what happened, right? Everybody is around. And my friends from Cali, they told me that Tupac got unalive because he was going hard, like he was part of the gangs, on stuff that didn't really have nothing to do with him, right? So that altercation he had, somebody stole a chain from Death Row. He should have let the other people handle it. But he went over there and started stomping the guy out along with Shug and the rest of them. And that's what got him unalive, not Diddy. That guy, Keefe D, his story changed throughout the years. We're going to go through some Keefe D interviews, since y'all think that Diddy, and this is not me on nobody's side, this is Miss Knockout going by the facts and being around through the years. You know what I'm saying? Diddy, yeah, he was adversaries with, they didn't like each other at some point, right? But Tupac got unalive because he was effing around with those gangs and jumping in fights that he shouldn't have been jumping in. He should have fell back. He should have fell back when they went over there to stomp that guy out, but he didn't. He's the star. They always target the star when any situation goes on. If a star comes to your block, right, and one of the star's entourage stomps out somebody on your block, they're going to say that the star did it. Why? Because the star is the star, and the star got money. So they're going to say he did it. But there's a whole story. I'm gonna play Whack 100. Whack 100 is gonna tell you Diddy don't have no. And then plus Keefe D at first was talking like he was friends with Diddy. Diddy is cool. Me and Diddy hang out. Diddy brought me to parties. Then his story changed towards the end. His story changed. Diddy allegedly. Diddy didn't pay me. Zip's son said that there was never no money gave to his father. So there's a lot of lies being told because everybody wants to get Diddy and put the nail in his coffin. But right is right and wrong is wrong. Right? You know, when you're getting attention and you're getting seen and heard and somebody don't like you, what they do? They want to make everybody else not like you so you don't succeed. That's how it goes. Even with streaming. Miss Knockout got 200 people in the room. I'm going to go around. You see that? Who was here when that lady came and told the other, I ain't going to say her name because we don't talk about other streamers. Who was there when they told the girl that was out there with me at the Diddy trial that I was talking about in my live, which was a total lie and never happened, and had the girl cussing me out in her live. Then I brought the girl to my live and brought the lady up, and we found out that she lied. So she went and tried to turn me against that person. She lied. This is what people do. When you're popular, they turn people against you because they mad. They can't stop me. I'm coming on live every day. I'm building up. I'm going to get back to 300 people in my room. I just got to be consistent. But they see you. The more my numbers go up, if it's 200 people in my room, that's when the people come in here and start talking crazy. Do y'all notice that? Do y'all notice that? When my room numbers are at 40 or whatever, everything is cool. But when my numbers start going into the 200s, 300, then that's when people start talking and coming crazy because the streamers are watching me from the window. They watching me. They don't come in here, but they watching me, the other content creators. And when they see my room growing and packed, then they start sending their other pages in there and they start talking crazy. And that's how the industry is. When they don't like you, they make everybody else not like you. Right? And that's why everybody's saying that Diddy he had a part in unaliving Tupac and Biggie, allegedly, because people don't like Diddy. So they want to make y'all hate him. And they trying to find everything. Yes, he did stuff wrong. We ain't saying he didn't do stuff wrong. He did things that's wrong, right? But everybody's trying to put the nail in that coffin because now he's weakened. Now he's weaker. He don't got his power no more. So now everybody's popping out trying to put the nail. Y'all got to understand that. I don't jump on bandwagons, but I do speak facts. And I'm not on nobody's side. I just kick the facts. All right? Let's get back to D4VD. Let's get back to
You're dealing with a crazy person and you try to pretend that they're sane and you go along with them, follow them down the path. Let's go along with what Fatta said, who happens to have won a lot of cases, by the way. Let's just pretend D4VD didn't do it because he is presumed innocent. So who did it? Who did it? What about, where does that take us? Let's follow it through to its logical conclusion. Who ordered?
And that's the thing that because Pam said that he might have been framed. I'm not ruling that possibility out. But if he didn't do it, then who did? Who did? But they did a whole investigation. They took fingerprints and they knew all the fingerprints. They did everything up in that house. David got the heck up out of there once it went down. Miss Knockout, I'm watching you on your way up. Thank you so much, sweet. Hey, thank you so much, sweet. I appreciate it. How you doing, sweet Teach? I appreciate you. Yeah, and I'm performing at a big festival in my hood. LL Cool J is going to be there. I grew up on Farmers Boulevard, and they finally asked me to come perform. Finally, I get a little bit of recognition in my hood. It's always the same people that get recognition, so it's about time. I get a little recognition. You know what I'm saying? So I'll let you know that's going to be the ultimate field trip. All right, we'll be with my girl Heidi. All right. When is that? I think that's going to be, remember when I went last year? Who was here last year when I went to the block party at the Rock? So the Rock is where LL Cool J lives. I think it was either in July or August. It's either in July or August. I'm going to go to Springfield Park too. I wasn't going to go this year, but the Heidi's like, nah, knockout. You got to promote your record. You going out there. I was going to sit that one out. You know what I'm saying? I was going to sit there and out because, I had to tell them something because I got introduced and they was calling me Lady Knockout. I was like, who is Lady Knockout? You mean to tell me all this stuff I did for the culture? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be bragging about my resume, but if you put my resume up against anybody else, I did more than them. And you can't even say my name right? And Heidi even got up there. She said, my name is Miss Knockout. When somebody gets your name wrong like that, I'm sending you emails that got Miss Knockout. On my page, it says Miss Knockout. Everything says Miss Knockout. And you still calling me Lady Knockout? That means you don't want to get my name right because you ain't got no respect for me like that. You know what I'm saying? So busy worshiping them false prophets. Some people are narcissists. I want to be successful. I don't care about fame. I do it for the culture and the art. I don't do it for people to put me on a pedestal and call me a fake legend. And I'm not a narcissist like that. I work for mine. You know what I'm saying? But everybody knows the last people that's going to give you recognition is your hood and your people. You people are the ones who give me my props that I'm talking to right now. And I understand that. They ain't going to give me my props. You got to take your props. You know what I'm saying? Not one of them came to I put my song on Facebook. My song is getting shout outs by some big people. Shout out to Bobby from Stetson Sonic. He put my song on his page. He's like, this is, and then they're going to come on there and talk about, oh, why don't you put my song up there? Like F Miss Knockout. You know what I'm saying? So I'm finally going to be out my hood. I'm going to let y'all know way ahead of time. Right? Wow, not him. Yeah, I'm going to let y'all know. Yeah, Bobby is cool. He promoted my song. Shout out to Bobby Simmons. Bobby Simmons promoted my song to the hill. He said, I let New Edition hear your song. They said, yo, that shit is hot. He was with New Edition at the concert. He said, I played your song for Ralph Tresvant and all them. They said, your joint is real hot. You know what I'm saying? My song is getting licensed for reality shows. It just got picked up for fitness gyms. And I go to my hood and I still don't get props from them mother hubbas. They only want to worship certain people. That's it. Only certain people's names keep coming up. They won't give me an ounce of credit for all the stuff that I did coming up in my lifetime. When people don't give you props, you make sure you go out and take it. I'm going to take my props. You ain't going to have, when I finish, you ain't going to have no choice but to give me my props and say my name right. Thank you, Zoe. Right? Zoe put the mic up. You ain't going to have after I finish my grind, you ain't going to have no choice but to give me my props and spell and say my name right. I even worked at labels. I worked at a big label. Still won't give me my props. That's how I know a lot as an artist. That's how I know the business side. So in life, I don't care what you were doing. If people don't give you your props, just know strangers are fans and haters are people you know. That's from my song, No Capping, right? Your people, your hood, and somebody said your family, but my family gives me my props. My family is like so I don't have that problem. It's just the people I grew up with that don't want to give me my props, don't want to click my song, don't share my song, don't say knockout, ooh, this is cool, I like this. None of that. They make sure they don't do nothing, because if they do something, I'm going to go up. So if you want to be successful, go out and get you some strangers. Strangers are going to be the one who don't give a F about whether you succeed or not. Either they're going to like it or they're not. So let's go back to D4VD. Don't get me to start venting. Okay, let's listen, y'all.
Chainsaws on David Anthony Burke's account, who ordered a home incinerator, a burn cage, who ordered a legitimate body bag, trash bags, heavy-duty laundry bags, the blue kiddie pool that held her body when it was disarticulated, a shovel.
Look at that.
Oh, it was him.
That's from the evidence. Is that from the evidence?
Chinese delivery the night of her murder, about a $200 plus Uber bill to his home. What?
Now you got to be a real sick individual, right, to get a kiddie pool, right? Yeah, he was crazy. You got to be a sick individual, right? It's people that faint that see blood. It's people that out here that go to the doctor, right? Or can't become a doctor because the sight of blood is like, oh, this fool ordered a pool to catch her bloodification. How sick is that? If that's not sign of a psychopath, I don't know what is. All right, let's listen.
Oh,
it's on the roll. Hey, Groundsky. Hey,
2 plus
what's
2,
up, Groundsky?
equals 4, Joe
Thank
Scott.
you. I'm on the roll. Yes.
Yeah, you're over the target, as they say, Nancy. And I never thought in my wildest dreams, after all these years, that I would be talking about a case that included a body bag as a piece of evidence. And let me tell you something that they've got. And I don't know how successful they'll be, but I know they've checked for it. Nancy, if you look at the report that was issued, that it contains the autopsy report, they swabbed each and one of those handles. There's 6 of them on a body bag, on this black body bag. They swabbed each and every single handle on that body bag in order to, I think, collect DNA. Who made contact?
Okay, so they swiped each and every hand, fingerprint, DNA on the body bagification, right? So Pam, if you're still in here, if somebody framed him, those fingerprints is going to be around. So they're going to have everybody's fingerprints who was on that body bag. Everybody who touched that body bag is going down, because if you touch the body bag, that means that you know that he unalived Celeste. If you touch if you touch that body bag, you going down. Let's listen.
With those surfaces.
We're going to the psychics next,
body
y'all.
bags are not handled by one person. That's why there are 6 handles, Nancy. And so that's going to be quite interesting to see those results, if those are ever released. But yeah, I mean,
I would pass out if I saw
who in the world would have come into this location? And let's have a real honest conversation here. In one of the most high dollar locations in the United States, we're talking about this particular home rented for $20,000 a month. Who's renting this, and who shows up? Yeah, I think that I will, in fact, kill a child and just, render her body down and then place it into a trunk. So you're telling me somebody walked off the street and decided, out of all the homes on the street, that's what they're going to do, and they happen to send all of the tools necessary.
Thank you, everybody. Get your
Hey,
Joe.
Yeah, I'm buying this. Wink, wink.
Somehow he is within 24 hours, out celebrating. And what I don't understand, can you even clean the scene up within this amount of time before he's at this party to the point where, LAPD, when they came out and did that search warrant, they didn't turn it into a major crime scene. They weren't in Tevic suits after they found some, they were only there a few hours. So I'm confused how he was able to clean it so well by himself and then have a party the next night that started at 9 p.m., not super late. So I still don't know
So this dude had a party after he unalived this girl. Told you, whose heart is that cold? You gotta be a cold mother sucker. Hey, boo, I've been all over the place. Hey, what's up? Who's that? Hey, Jewel. Hey, Jewel, I'm on the B to the I to the G-O now. So if you got an account over there on the B to the I to the G to the O-Z's, y'all, the same name, one word. Miss Knockout, but put it together as one word and you'll find me. All right? Doing good over there, too. I'm already on 3 stars. I'm on 3 stars over there. I think. How many stars am I on over here, y'all? I got to learn how to read this again. Everybody on the B side. Somebody on the B side. I don't know, a situation still here. Oh, somebody wants to come up. Who is this? Oh, no. How many stars am I on? How many stars am I on over here, y'all? I think I'm on 3 stars. Okay, let's listen. So we told everybody that's coming in, I do hot topics. My name is Miss Knockout. How are you? If you're new, make sure you follow me. Okay, I got you all over there. I wondered about that. Cool, bull. Yeah, I'm over there. Yeah, right now. I'm there now. All right. Everybody follow me. I'm on the homepage too. Let me see what number I'm on the homepage. Let's see. I'm gonna answer nicely. Okay. All right. So look. Oh, let's see. Oh yeah. I'm number 2. I'm number 2 in the popularity side. Wow, it must not be too many people on the B to the I to the G OZ, or maybe they tired. I was told that they tired of watching the look my eyelash. I'm surprised nobody came in and told me my eyelash was hanging. They usually come in here, they be like, "Yeah, eyelash is hanging, miss." All right. I was told by multiple people that they're glad that I'm over there doing what I'm doing, because nobody's doing what you're doing over there. Everybody's reporting about creators on the app. Nobody's talking about outside stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I like watching Charlie. I don't know the new people who do hot topics, but my favorite is Charlie, right? My favorite is Charlie. And then I got to go in line with Madam Lowe and all these people, let them know I'm back. TKO Capone. They usually come on in the nighttime, though. right? I was about to say that. You was about to say that. You over there too, Chantel? Who be over on the B side? Yo, be over on the B side? The B side is off the hook. Like, I like watching the mess, but I don't want to be a part of it because I'm doing too much. I need to have my brain got to go to my art, you know? Okay, so let's listen. Let's listen because they leaving. They said, knock out, shut up.
If D4VD, David Anthony Burke, did not murder her, who did? Why was she ordered up like a pizza? And also, why was her ring finger and little finger amputated? They can tell by looking at what's left of the hand that the ring finger and the little finger didn't just decompose, that it was actually removed with some sort of tool, i.e. a knife. That's a very poignant photo to me. Let's see it again, because this is Celeste's finger, and it has the name David tattooed on it, and she is wearing an engagement ring, reportedly believing, based on what Burke told her, that this little girl, a schoolgirl in middle school, who met.
So who gave her that ring, right? He was removing the tattoo. Oh, he was having her remove it? Well, they said that he chopified that finger off. They said that he chopified that finger off. They said that he chopified that finger off, right? But who believes at one time that he did? I hate to say this because to me, she's a little girl. She should be home, playing Roblox or something, and playing with her friends and doing stuff that girls her age is doing. What was you doing when you was 11, 12, 13 years old? You know what I'm saying? Now, I didn't get to go off the block until I was like 13, 14, 15. But when I got in the other foster home, I did what I wanted to. I was about 16 then. As soon as I hit the other four, because I came up in foster care. As soon as I hit the second house, it was a free for all. As long as they got that check, they didn't care what I did. Right? But I didn't go the way my friends went. I got more into hip hop and battling. So that's what saved me. But I came in when I want, you know what I'm saying? I left when I want, you know what I'm saying? As long as I ain't do nothing crazy, she let me do what I wanted to do. The house was off the hook. If I didn't come down in time, I missed dinner. They had mad people in that house. And they had other foster kids coming there and staying and going. I stayed there for my whole duration. Thank God and knock on hood. Because she could have sent me to another home and it would have been crazy for me. Right? She could have sent me to another home. And then after I aged out, she let me stay there because she knew I was by myself and I had nowhere to go. But then when the house got sold, I went and my friend said that savvy with the system, they said knockout because her house got sold and everybody was leaving. So I had no choice. And they said, you know what you do? You go to the city and you go in a homeless shelter and you get a lottery and you get an apartment with the lottery. And that's exactly what I did. And I've been here ever since. So I got my apartment through a lottery. So somebody schooled me and I did the smart moves to get where I'm at right now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So she helped me out to learn the system to go in the shelter. You know what I'm saying? And the other people was like, oh, I don't want to go in the shelter. Nah, I ain't doing that. They was like poking their nose up to it. I grabbed my stuff. I did everything she told me to. She said, don't even take your stuff yet. Leave your stuff there. Go register and go through the motions. And then once you get in the apartment, then you come back and forth and get your stuff. And that's exactly what I did. I brought my stuff to the little hotel room little by little. And whatever I couldn't bring, I left there and let it go down with the ship. Right? Now who cut a finger off? I'm lost. Yes. So let's get back to D4VD. Right? So when he was dismembering her bodyfication, right? In the midst of that, he cut that finger off because he knew that the police and them would identify her by that tattoo. You know they can identify you by the tattoos you got. Because remember, when she went to see David, right? She was back at her home in El Samora, wherever it's at. Okay, their friends were "We keep way, make us weep." I grew up in the 60s and 70s. My parents wrote me hard, "No party time for me." Yeah, no party time for me. Right? I grew up in the 80s up into the 90s. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in the 80s and the 90s. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, a girl her age and stuff, people her age is not, her parents, first of all, need to be held accountable for even letting her go around him that long. Right? Yeah, when the street lights come on, you had to be in the house when we was that age. You doggone right. I keep saying they need to bring that commercial back. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your kids are? They need to bring that commercial back. Right? So that's why he got cutified that finger off, because he knew that they would identify her that by that tattoo, because when she went home, all her friends seen the tattoo, her mother seen the tattoo, everybody knew she had a tattoo of David on her. Right? And remember when she went and took that last Uber to his house before she was unalive, when she took that last Uber to the house, she never came back home. So now they really looking for her. So she takes the Uber to his house. She don't come back that night. But the parents probably was like, oh, that's usual. She probably went with David and they probably hanging out. Right? But then the second night she don't come home. The third night, the week. When do you start getting worried? A week, a month? Me, if I had a kid that age, I'm getting worried that next day. I'm worried. I'm sure they was calling her, asking her where she was at. I'm sure that they was calling her. Let's listen.
David Anthony Burke, when she was just 11 years old, still wearing Hello Kitty paraphernalia.
See?
Thought they were getting married and having children. That identifiable tattoo removed.
Thank you, Charlene.
Cut off her hand. Now, Joe Scott Morgan, this little girl, 11 years old, when she meets David Anthony Burke, already an adult, and she's talking about that she loved him before she even existed and will love him even after she dies. And this little girl now dead.
Yeah, it goes to what I mentioned earlier about objectification, right? She's nothing more to these individuals than a plaything, easily destroyed. Okay, that's what it comes down to. And somebody a child that can be easily taken advantage of by these mere sentiments that you're talking about, or that they're saying here in this performance. And that's what it is. The whole damn thing is a performance. But the reality is this, Nancy, the results.
Well, Warrior, she was 11 when he met her. So she was 11 when he met her, and she met him because he was a Fortnite player, right? He was one of those online Fortnite players. Right? We have children raising children. That's another thing. Yep. The parents may be young, So she met him playing Fortnite. Right? We discovered that the other day. Right? So you watch these streamers like the gamers. Some people watch the gamers. She need to be watching Roblox at that age. That's why you got to watch your kids and you got to monitor everything that they watching, because there's a lot of weirdos out here. It's a lot of weirdos. You got to watch out for what your kids watching. You got to put that safety on your kids' tablets, because we living in a computer age. Your kid ain't got to go outside to meet the weirdo now. All your kid got to do is press that doggone stream button, go on YouTube, go on whatever, Twitchy, Xy, wherever, and they can meet the weirdo. So she met him she was watching Fortnite, right? And then a lot of these streamers, like me, I got everybody, by the way, join the Discord. In the Discord, y'all, I got the tapper in the Discord for Android and for Apple. Okay, you'll go in there and get it, and you can use it forever. It ain't just about me. Okay, you use it for whatever streamer you watching. It works on the clock, and it also works on the B app. Right? It don't work on no new. Some apps it don't work. Right? So you could go. So I put the instruction for Apple in there too. If you got any questions, I don't have an Apple, but I could find out for you. Right? But I put pictures in there too, and then diagrams. And I put diagrams for the Android one is easy. The Android one is easy. Okay, it's just an overlay on you. That way you don't have to physically buy one, because they sell them in the TikTok. Do they still sell them in the TikTok shop? They sell the tappers in the TikTok shop. Okay, yeah, go in my Discord, Jewel. Go and join my Discord. Okay, go in my bio in my Linktree. Click the Discord. If the link ain't working, you know what I'm saying? So it's in the announcements section. So I got it for Android and I got it for Apple. Let's work smart and not hard. All right, let's work smart and not hard. All right, so everybody come on in. And by the way, thank you for the 135K tapperoos. Thank you. Right? The tapper, okay, I gotta talk in codes, NTG. The tapper is instead of you going like this, I put something in there that you could just download on your phone, right? And then you open it and it overlays over the phone, and it tapifies my page without you even doing nothing. And you can just continue enjoy and watch it. And you don't have to be like this. Okay? That's what that is. Now they sell them in the TikTok shop, but I got one that you could just download from the store. Now for my Apple users, you have a built-in tapper. Right? But you got to create what's called a recipe. And I put those instructions in there. So the Apple people, y'all know what a recipe is because y'all got the Apple phone. So you should know what your Apple phone do. Right? So I put step-by-step on how to set it up on Apple, and y'all have a built-in tapper. Who knew that? Yes or no? Where's my Apple users? Did you know that you had a built-in tapper? Right? So you set it up on the Apple phone, right? And then it automatically tapifies. I do? I just got one. Oh, yeah. Well, if you got one, you got it. If you got a tapification, then you good, right? But in case it breaks or whatever, then you download the one and read the instruction. It's easy to operate. If you want to know anything, just hit me up and I'll tell you. All right? That's why I'm here, Heather. Look, I'm here. Miss Knockout exists to tell you what you don't know. I'm here to tell you what you don't know. I don't run off a cloud. I'm not messy, right? But I got a lot of wisdom in my brain and I know a lot. That's why I do hot topics, right? Thank you, Heather. So we could be in here on a milli every day. We could be on a milli every day. Everybody get your behind in the Discord. Since you sitting there 46, imagine 46 people with the tapperation. We'll be at a milli every day, right? Let's work smart and not hard. What's up with you? Hey, DJ Jones. Hey. Okay, let's get back to D4DVD. Let's get back to it, yo.
Of that performance are as real as it gets. You've got the reality. Literally, you can sense it in the air by the smell. You can open the trunk. You see the reality of a body that has been completely destroyed, a body that has been abandoned, a body that has been disrespected. That's the reality, not that nonsense with all of the light show and those Pollyanna, sentiments and all of that nonsense. People holding their phones up with lights. Give me a break. I truly wish that everybody could sense this, could actually see what he did allegedly to this child so that they could really understand it. Really understand the depth of depravity here, Nancy. My old statement is the house of depravity has no basement. And I am telling you, this thing goes really deep and it is pure evil.
Yeah.
Mountain Performance TV is the hardest working software in television.
All right, y'all. We make it got commercial. Everybody continue tapifying.
Drag, drop, and
welcome to my live. I'm Miss Knockout. I do hot topics.
Get started today.
All right, keep tapifying on the clock. Let's push some hashtags in the comments.
AI tool will take
On the
your
B
idea
app, let's
and
continue
create a
tapifying.
complete book, complete with
All right.
design, images, layout, everything,
And we're going to get back
including
to
your
it
content, literally in
right now.
You know, another issue, Joe Scott, is looking at the autopsy report. I can't tell, is she pregnant or not?
Oh.
Right. Yeah. When you get into, and this is available for anybody to read, it's not some kind of magical document, it's out there. When you get to the section that details the reproductive system, which all autopsies do this, autopsy reports are broken down by system. So it makes it kind of easy to read. But you know what's really interesting, Nancy? When you get to the section on the reproductive organs, okay, or the system itself, they've got simply 3 bullet points that are there. This is not like a deep dive. They mention her uterus, which is something that is, in fact, examined, you know, particularly when we're talking about a pregnancy. You want to really do an in-depth study here where you're going through, there are various layers, say, for instance, to the uterus, and you have to examine each one of those layers. And listen, I understand that you're talking about a body that is decomposed. However, when you look at the autopsy report, it's something that we refer to as standard dictation. You got 3 bullet points, and there's no more than, I don't know, maybe 60 words contained in the whole thing. If that, it doesn't get down into the granular detail. And Nancy, that's kind of the crux of this case, isn't it? When you begin to think about what in the world could have been the motivation for someone to kill a child, a female child. Well, one of the things that's been put out there is the idea that she may have been pregnant. So it doesn't get down into those granular details that we're talking about. And now they've had to go back and do this amendment, and it's kind of left people scratching their heads. People like me, you know, that read these documents all of the time. It's undetermined, essentially, is what it comes down to. They can't say one way or another. Mm-hmm. So this was a big miss on their part. I hope it's not going to come back to haunt them.
So you stated there was an amendment in the medical examiner's autopsy report. Again, describe the amendment, and other than examining her uterus to see if there was a baby in there, can you determine pregnancy based on blood or tissue?
Not at this point. You could with tissue, okay? Let's just say that. And that's one of the things that's kind of wanting here. Because, you know, with pregnancy, you would do a blood test, and there are standard hormonal presentations that you're looking for. We're kind of way past this at this point in time. So you're reliant on what you're looking at microscopically. Now, the uterus examination, and that doesn't mean like in the terms of, ooh, it's gross. It means like when we say gross in forensics, we're talking about overall with the unaided eye. Then you take a section of that and you look at that from a histology or in the microscope sense. We're not getting that here, okay? So it turns out that it's kind of indeterminate. I just wish somebody would come back and actually say definitively, one way or another. You can't have 1 foot in the boat and 1 foot in the water. You've got to say what you mean here, and that's left a lot of people scratching their heads.
Right, it got me scratching my head. All right,
hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it first on Fox 1. When breaking crime news develops, we investigate it and bring it to you. Bombshell updates, answers to unanswered.
So we coming to the end with Nancy Grace. That's the end of Nancy Grace. But guess what? I found something. You know, Miss Knockout always finding something, right? I got Sloan Bella did D Ford VD. So Sloan Bella is a psychic. Who heard of Sloan Bella? Put a yes or no in the comments. Put a yes or no in the comments. She's very credible. Sloan Bella predicted. Thank you. I like those little kissy poos. Thank you so much. Yo, we need how come wait, hold on. Let's look at the gift gallery. Hold on. Let me look at the gift gallery, yo. We're going to celebrate Cinco de Mayo. Okay, we got the finger hearts. Okay, we got to go do the Rosa. Okay, let's do the Rosa. Let's set it up. The Y to the Tubesies like, what is Knockout talking about? We setting up our doggone gallery on the clock, y'all. All right, bear with me. Okay, so let's do the Rosa. Okay, hold on. The B app, stand down, B app. Okay, let's set up the Rosa. And B app, make sure you go follow me on the Clizop. Okay, follow me on the Clizop. Okay, I'm just gonna put 20 because I don't know how many I need. All right, so there we go. Okay, so we need the Rosa. Let's see. We need 20 it's only 10. It's only 10 coins. Okay, so let's see how many roses I need. Hold on, yo. We setting up the gift gallery. All right. Okay, so we need 10. We need 10 rosas, yo. Now we're gonna go to the next thing. Everybody come on in. We're talking about D4VD. All right. Right now, we're gonna go to Sloan Bella. Now, Sloan Bella predicted everything that Diddy's going through right now. I watched it. Don't you know I watched Sloan Bella a year before everything happened with Diddy. She told everything that Diddy was going to go through, and Diddy went through it. And the one thing, right, that she said that Diddy, right, he's going to be silenced. Are we on 2 stars? We reached 2 stars? Are we on 2 stars right now, y'all? We on 2 stars. We on 2 stars right now, y'all. I gotta get this screen fixed, y'all. I gotta get this screen fixed. Hold up, y'all. Hold on. All right, y'all. So Sloan Bella is very accurate. She is very accurate what she's doing. Like I said, she predicted what Diddy was going to be going through a year before he went through it. So she ain't nothing to play with, Sloan Bella. She ain't nothing to play with, right? So let's get to Sloan Bella right now. So Sloan Bella did DVD, and then we're going to go to Sloan Bella doing Ashley Janae. Okay? We're going to go to both of them because that's going to lead into our Ashley Janae updates. So let's go into it, y'all. Let's see. All right, this is Sloan Bella, y'all. Let's get into it. Hold on. Hold up, y'all.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sloan from SloanBella.com, and I am back with another energetically channeled celebrity musician
leave the picture up on
and the girl found in his car video. And by that, I mean the young woman named Celeste Rivera, who was found on September 8th of 2025 in the front trunk of her boyfriend / friend / singer, David, and he spells his name D4VD. Now that is interesting to me because that's a signal for something else. This little girl, Celeste, was found, as I said, on September 8th of 2025, one day after she would have turned 15 years old.
Wow.
Baby girl was born on September 7th of 2010. And she didn't even make it to 15 because her body was found severely decomposed in the front end trunk of the Tesla of the singer named David. Now, Celeste was rumored to have been his friend. She may have been a girlfriend. She may not have been a girlfriend. We don't really know. We're not really sure. Energetically, it feels very much like there was even more of an ongoing relationship. So I believe that Celeste knew David from about the age of 11 and a half on, which is really inappropriate and pedophilic, if we're going to talk like that. Because I believe it was for the physical, intentional harvesting of her energy and her frequency. Now, I'm going to start off. Usually I don't do videos just because something happens in the news until I feel the person. And yesterday while I was running, I had an image of Celeste come in my brain where she was showing me the right hand and saying, "You promised." Now, obviously, she's speaking to somebody who promised her something. So I wanted to dive into it a little bit deeper to see what I could pick up. And looking at Celeste's chart, now, I don't have her time of birth, obviously, because I don't know the family and it's nowhere online. But I will say this. is a Virgo, and we just came through an eclipse.
So in order to give, what she's saying is, in order to give like a real accurate reading, right? They get your birth chart, right? And they could make the neo chart. The psychics make the chart, and they could really pinpoint stuff. But she doesn't have her birth chart. You know what I'm saying? That's what she's saying. But she still gives accurate reads. Let's listen. Sloan Bella.
Of Virgo Pisces at the point that she passed away. She's also, both of them, her and David, both have Mercury retrograde. And we came through a retrograde up until I believe it was like August 10th of 2025, which we then entered into the shadow period and then into eclipses, etc. And she's going to be activated by that because she is a Virgo sun and moon. I put sun on the ascendant now. So it made her a double Virgo. If I were to say a rising sign off the top of my head, I'm going to say I think she was a Sag rising. First of all, they're always on the go, so you never really know where. And secondly, David's Pluto is in the sign of Sagittarius. It is retrograde, and I really feel, obviously with the murder, that this is Plutonian. So it probably was on her ascendant, and it could have even been conjunct from the 12th house by degree. So that would put her degree somewhere at around 26 degrees Sag rising, and that Pluto would have been really conjunct, 26, 25. His is at 24. So it was either in the 12th or on the ascendant directly with her, which means he wants to consume her. You're going to look in the chart for Pluto, and even if Pluto is in your partner's chart, is your sun sign, that's someone who's obsessed with you. It's energetic. It's not because you have money or you're good looking or whatever. It's strictly, purely energetic, and it's usually from a past life. Now, looking at David's chart, of which I do not have the time of birth either.
Who in here believes in reincarnation? I do. Who believes that when you pass on, you come back as a different person, but you just don't remember your last life, right? A psychic is here, yes. So we're listening to Sloan Bella. She's a psychic. She's going to do a reading on D4VD, and then we're going to look at her reading on Ashley, because a lot of y'all missed it. All right. Who believes that you come back, right? Like some unfinished business in your next life. You know what I'm saying? Or do you believe that when you pass, that's it? You just no more. Right? I believe that you do come back. I believe that you come back reincarnated. Allegedly. Biggie is back on Earth. We just don't know where he is and who he is. Aaliyah's back here, or everybody. You know what I'm saying? Tupac is back. They're just in other bodies living a new life, right? What's up, Tracy? Hey, yeah, I firmly believe that. And I believe that we're still in our mind and we still are who we are, but we just don't remember our past life, right? And she said something very interesting about Ashley. She said Ashley deals with a person like Joe in every life when she comes back, like some unfinished business. Right? Hey, what's up, Prank? Let's listen. We'll listen to the psychic.
We do have Sun in Aries on March 28th of 2005. These crazy birthdays, especially for me. Like, I'm like, we're out of the 80s, we're out of the 90s, we're in the 2005. So he is a Scorpio moon. He and Celeste both had Mercury retrograde, which is fascinating to me. And as I said, his Pluto is in Sagittarius. But what I found interesting, if I'm trying to peg his chart and see how it could be activated, I really feel it could be activated with a Aquarius rising. He strikes me like Gemini rising when I hear him talk, the way he tries to present himself. Or here's an even weirder thing. He could himself be a Virgo rising. He himself could be that. But I really feel like it had to be Pluto activating in his chart. So Pluto going through,
hey, Pink. Thank you, Pink, for the rose.
His first house in Aquarius rising would really bring to task all of the bullshit done prior. Like, you're not going to get off this planet when Pluto hits one of the angles without something deeply transformative happening, and not necessarily in the best way, like not necessarily in a positive way, right?
it could very well be that, and he could have a Virgo rising teetering on like Libra through the first house with his Aries stellium in the 7th, activating it. Or he literally could be Aquarius rising with transiting Pluto hitting.
Sloan, stop putting DVD in my sign. I'm Aquarius. I don't want him. We don't claim him. Aquarius is, we not claiming DVD. Okay? So everybody that's just coming in, we're talking about D4VD, unaliving case of Celeste, and we're listening to Sloan Bella. She's a very good and accurate psychic, and she's giving a reading on him. Let's listen. Come on.
Just hitting him where he doesn't want to be hit. He has Mars in Aquarius, so if he had Mars in Aquarius on the ascendant, and this is all speculation, but if he had it there, it would also make him aggressive, but disconnected aggressive. And the way he talks like that in my mind. That's how it is. But getting back to Celeste. So we have Celeste, who would have turned 15 the day before her body was found. Now, that's interesting because I can see her right there when they're finding her body. She was aware of what happened. She was cognizant. She understood what has happened to her. She can see. She can see and she knows. She was waiting for them to find her. She was almost, I don't know if in real life she had a habit of biting her nails, but she's biting her nails for this because she was waiting for them to find her.
Thank you,
She
AB.
wanted them to find her. That's what she really wanted. She had been.
So now she's talking about Celeste in the afterlife, like after she was in the trunk. She's saying that they were waiting. Celeste was waiting for them to find her. It took a long time for them to discover, right? Thank you for the share, AB, that she was in the trunk of his Tesla. It took them a minute to discover that. So she's saying, so Sloan, the psychic, that in the afterlife, Celeste wanted them to find her, find me, right? So that they can get him for what he did to her. All right? Let's listen. Come on.
Moving around a lot in the Tesla. She'd been on one side of the street, the other side of the street, all around the house that David's manager rented for David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke, but he spells it again, D4 ending cycles VD. Anyhow, so I'd have to look up the numerology of all those letters, which I should have before I started the video, but there's a reason he's picked to spell his name like that. So when we're looking at it, his manager rented the home. And what do we call a manager but a handler? They're there to keep their person financially solvent. They don't really care. They're just there to make sure that the person is making money.
Right.
And suddenly this young kid who's 20 is making a shit ton of money where he can pay $20,000 a month for where he lives, which is a lot when you don't own it, right? But apparently
we number one on the charts on B to the I to the G. Oh, Ms. Knockout's number one. Welcome back. Let's listen.
The Tesla was moving into different spots around the neighborhood, and the neighbors said they did smell something. Please, people, when you smell something, call the police. They thought it was an animal, and that can smell bad enough. That's true. But the smell of either a dead animal or dead person is so strong that you absolutely want to make sure that you call the police to check that it isn't actually a person. So having said that, when the tickets were not collected or paid and the car got towed after so many days, it ended up in the tow.
So listen to what she said. And we like skipped we don't want to skip the little facts. When the car was in the tow lot, after he dumped the car with the body in there and discarded it, right? And it got that before it got towed away by the cops, he didn't even pay the tickets on the car. He didn't even pay the towing fee. He didn't come get it. He just left it there and left the body in there. Everything's all alleged in Miss Knockout's live, like like it was just gonna go away. So he dumped this girl's body, dismembered body, and put it in the front trunk of the Tesla and just left it there like it was just going to go away. Like, this is a bad dream. This is going to disappear. Who does that? Let's listen.
They're the ones that called the police. And poor little Celeste was, had been dead a while in the front of the car. She'd been cut up and she'd been placed there. So who did that? People are saying, well, you know, you can't prove murder. Well, what you can prove is hiding a body in a car and cutting it up. Also a crime.
Hello?
You know, harming a body after it's been passed.
Hello?
After they've passed away. I mean, desecrating a body. Okay, that's one charge. And just because David puts his money, his property into his parents' name does not mean it's not going to come out when he gets sued, hopefully by Celeste's family in a civil matter, because he's hiding it because they found the body. So that's a reaction to an action. And you can't actually hide assets when they're coming after you, and they will be coming after him. But he's not the only one. So let's back it up a bit. So when I'm picking up on Celeste's energy, I really get this young, sweet girl. She's tough. She has to be tough. Part of her appearance makes me think she's Cancer rising also, but she's tough. She's a tough kid. She explains energetically, I'm speaking, that she was a scapegoat in her family. So things were thrown at her and tossed at her that were not really her. She was blamed for things. The mother was competitive with her.
See?
That's a weird thing to say. The mother was combative.
Look. Okay, so she said competitive first, right? But it's combative. I know what she's trying to get at. Her and her, you know, like all people, children going into teenage. What happens when kids go into the teenage years? They start defying and going against the parent. The teenage years, you know, everything annoys them. Get out of my room. They was going through that phase. What's up, 215? What's up, Janet? I keep forgetting 215. Janet, what's up? We were number one on the charts. Or, I don't know. Yo, 215. I don't know how I'm getting number one on the charts over here. It's like nobody's over here no more. What's up? Yo, Janet, how am I getting on number one on the charts over here? Maybe it's because they come on later, the other ones, right? I don't know, but we're here. So look, everybody coming in, we listen to this psychic, Sloan Bella. She's giving a reading on D4VD, who allegedly innocent until proven guilty, right? Unalive Celeste, who he met at 11 years old, right? Just before her 15th birthday, and put her in the trunk in the Tesla. And then they found her, and now they did this long investigation. They finally arrested him. He's in jail, and now this case is getting ready to start up, and we're here for it. All right? So now we listen to Sloan Bella give the reading on DVD. All right? Let's listen. Come
with
on.
her because she was either envious or undercurrent, secretly jealous of her daughter or the youth, or the way that her daughter was willfully her own person, because she was willfully her own person. She was difficult, and she did run away long before she ran away. So I'm thinking around age 7, 8. Obviously, she's not going to get far. Thank God she didn't, and nothing happened to her then. But it was in her thinking to always run away. Like, this is what she was going to do.
SMH.
She had it in her head, and it's what
Why
she
you
was
say
going to do.
SMH?
She really does kind of sound like also a Cancer rising, but I see the Sag at the same time. So I see both of those elements in her energy. I see her wanting a family a lot, and I see her being very much, this is going to sound weird because she's rebellious as shit, but I see
what little child? She's 11 to like 15. She didn't make it to 15, so 14, right? A 14-year-old already thinking about a family is crazy. That's crazy. At 14 years old, I'm just barely getting out the house, going to the door, going corner store. What? Let's listen. Come on.
People pleasing in the energy, and that is probably what her biggest issue was, is wanting to know that her family cared about her. Now, as I'm feeling the energy and the hand, it's the right hand, and she's like, you promised. When I'm seeing that, I'm feeling like she was introduced to the singer probably around the age of 11 and a half. Like, seriously, before she got a period, before she was even like in teenagehood.
Wow.
11 and a half.
Oh.
What the hell are you doing talking to a kid who's 11 and a half? What the hell are you doing? That's a huge problem in our society. And a lot of these entertainers get away with it because they're special. Because
politicians, don't forget that. Entertainers get away with it, and politicians get away with it. Well, we ain't saying nothing, but somebody's name that starts with a T from the EpiPen files getting away from it. And we got to talk about Pam Bondi. They want her to testify in the deposition, and now she wants to testify in the deposition. And now the man that starts with a T is blocking her from that deposition because she gonna get in there and slippy stuff out on him because he fired her. I'm telling you, he's gonna go. He going. Eventually, everybody's gonna turn on that thing. Everybody's going to turn on him. So now that right now, okay, Pam Bondi, now she wants to go to the deposition. And now the man that starts with T is doing everything to block her from going to that deposition. And we here for it. I hope she gets to that deposition because we going to be here for it. Just like I wasn't on here yet, but we watched the Clinton deposition. We watched the Bill Clinton. We watched Hillary Clinton. And we going to watch Pam Bondi. Okay, and I'm waiting for Patel to be on the out because I hope he go rogues. You know this one. I hope he go rogue. But let's listen, y'all.
Make money, and that really should not be a thing. And people clamor to that because they feel if they're around it, they can also get there. Understandable, but not good for your kids. She also energetically makes me feel like somebody in her family, younger female, not the mother, somebody in the family introduced her to David by way of another third-party friend. She also goes way back into her early childhood and says, you know, that people didn't really watch over her, and there was somebody's brother who was inappropriate with her. So she comes from a background of already not being listened to or being blamed, scapegoated for what other people in the neighborhood, family, this kind of thing did to her. That's beyond typical, actually. But this little girl, that's what she went through. So she built a tough exterior, and she always wanted to protect her family. She really didn't belong anywhere else in her own mind, but she also was looking for something to take over that part of her life in the family. So if I go to a boyfriend, he's going to take care of me. Eventually we'll get married. I mean, something along those lines is how she's thinking. And as she's thinking like this, she's getting herself deeper and deeper into circumstances. And not only with him, there's other boys around there that are older. She's now a magnet for older people, older boys, even if it's 5 years older. I'm sorry, when you're 12 and 17, that's wrong. But she's kind of a magnet. So I go back to thinking about the chart, and I'm like, what does that mean? Well, if you put her at a triple Virgo, it's going to put Pluto on the 5th house cusp and her north node, right? But usually when we're talking age difference, like sex with older people, it's abuse. But when you see people with huge age gaps, you will find Capricorn in the 5th house, love affairs with older Capricornian people. Saturn in the 8th, Saturn in the 12th. They can also be contingent of abusive things. Those are just some of the things. I mean, there's too many to name, but my mind just went all around and I still can't figure out the rising sign. But there were other older kids, boys, that were also very much in keeping with Celeste and trying to get with her and trying to connect with her. It's something that happens in a traumatized child out of a family where there's both either avoidance, neglect, rosy colored glasses on. We don't want to see the truth. We don't want to talk about it. It's her fault. So there's no help and there's no therapy given to the child. They're going to keep recreating that. And eventually they'll marry it and it'll continue on. It's a thing. It happens both male and female, both ways, female, male, male, female. It's a thing. So she desperately needed her family, and her family did love her. But I do see that she was outed by somebody in her family, female. This could be a female cousin or female sibling. It feels like that kind of energy. So there's a feeling of like, I did what they wanted me to do. I did what they wanted me to do. It's not that she even wanted to be a singer herself. She was more looking for security and enjoyed what was going on.
Some people don't want to be singers, rappers, or whatever. Some people just like being around the stars. Everybody just joining us, so you don't know what we're talking about. We're talking about the D4VD case where he allegedly, we don't know, innocent to prove guilty, that he unalived the girl named Celeste, put her in the front of the Tesla, and discarded it in the lot. So we'll listen to a psychic do a reading on the case. All right, because we want to know some things. Let's listen.
Around it and thought that she was on equal footing. So,
okay, the first okay, everybody keep tappifying, keep sharifying. All right, put some hashtags in the comments on the tick to the Clizop. All right, and everybody blessify Miss Knockout so she won't be brokified, and I can keep coming here bringing you these hot topics, bringing you this news, bringing you all this content. Besides the messy stuff, we don't do messy stuff over here. We do real life hot topics and news. All right. So everybody tapify, everybody sharify. I see everybody coming in. I see you, JC. I see you, Marisol. I see you, Miss T, baby. What's up? All right. So we're listening to Slow Bella, who's a psychic, and she's doing a reading on D4VD. All right. And we're just waiting for the commercial to go by so we can get back into it. All right. Everybody, come on in.
I need a PhD to use AI now. This is crazy.
So
these tabs. Why is it so complicated?
We're finding out some interesting stuff today.
My homework. I finally found the simplest tool
in this case,
this
right? What's up, D Nice? Hey, how you doing, D Nice? What's up with you? Okay, let's keep going. We'll listen to a psychic talk about the D4VD case. Let's listen.
Letter D, 4, VD. I still can't get over how that sounds. So I go to him, and again, he's a March 28th of 2005, Aries Sun, Scorpio Moon, deadly combination. And then the presence of the softness behind him is yet another layer that is very Michael Jackson-ish when you think about it in a little bit of a way. There's the internal self and the presented mask that we wear. And I'm saying this for a reason. I'm actually saying it for a reason. So when I looked at his energy and I go back in time to when he's playing the video games and his mom is suggesting that he write his own music so that he avoids legal consequences, etc. on YouTube, copyright on down the road. So he does this.
Well, okay.
That's wonderful.
YouTube gives me copyrights on my own song. Every time I play my song on YouTube, Tubesy, right? I got to write them to tell them, hey, that's my song. I own the copyrights, and then they release it. It's like, you should realize by now that that's my song. Hello. Well, let's listen.
That's a smart move. But the energy that I see behind David when he's doing the video games, obviously I see his eyes darting like this, and then I see his brain chemistry opening in kind of a linear way and causing a kind of openness, like an open door policy to thoughts being put into it. I'm not sure if these are coming from the video game or something in the video game is making it happen. I don't exactly know which, but I see it like that. So thoughts coming in that aren't his, and frequently a lot of these thoughts. So as he continues to play the video game, the brain frequency and the texture of the electricity through the brain, okay, changes. And that texture allows for other thought forms. This is the way I'm seeing it. Other basically molecules to attach to his thinking pattern and redirect the way that he thinks. So again, which came first? I play the video games, and this kind of like an exercise opens my brain up in a particular way, or I open my brain up in a certain way through the video games, which
I gotta sign into something, so it might blink off for 1 second, but bear with me, okay?
Allows external information.
It might freeze.
I'm seeing that combination. I'm really seeing that combination.
Hold on,
there's
y'all.
a lot of that goes into the way that he changes and shifts. So from about the age of 16, 17, his brain takes a look over this way, and we're not dealing with the same person. We're not dealing with the same frequency. We're not dealing with the same thoughts. We're not dealing with the same goals, ideations, dreams. It's changed. So this has changed, and suddenly he has changed, okay? So it's like I'm looking this way, and suddenly I go over here, and this different expression of this person.
Give me 1 second, y'all. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue. Let's continue. Sorry, but I had to sign in somewhere, y'all.
So he starts to want to express himself differently. Basically, it's a personality change. It was slow in happening, and he is, in some senses, unaware that it's happening at the time because it shuts off one part of his brain and activates another. Almost like people who are in like a catatonic state and they don't remember what happened, and they wake up and they're like, where am I? And what are you talking about? Almost like that. There's a feeling of like, this is so different. And now I think like this. I don't know who he is, but I'm not him anymore. And this is happening around the age of 16, 17 for him. He's changing the direction of his frequency in his brain. It's actually changing. And I'm going to say this, the brain chemistry was hijacked by an outside thought pattern or form or entity or whatever you want to call it. Could be either or and all. And it's directing him ever so slowly, bending the frequency internally, not the external. But I bet you if you look at pictures of him from before that, some say 14, and then at 17, I bet, well, besides growing, but I bet you the look in his eyes is different. He's bending frequency, but this is going on a cellular level, inside the brain, chemistry level, and it's something that he's doing, and it's very like different than I felt. I've felt things like that can occupy your brain, but this is different because the thoughts are directing him down a road. So he is now being directed and consumed and asked to go over here and to be that way. Suddenly, and this is just how I pick up on his energy, he's alive, he's here, but suddenly when he looks at his music or he hears his music or people ask him about his music, he's like, wow, like who knew? Like he's actually kind of stunned that he did that. Like, I didn't know I could do that. So he himself doesn't have full recognition of like being able to create these things, but yet knows he create them, and he's quite proud of himself. That to me sounds like there's a slight bit of energy field interference by an entity hooking into his frequency. I really feel that with him. So it's very slow. It's not the same thing as possession, like The Exorcist. These are different things. You can become possessed. And if you watch some musicians, you can see when the possession comes into them. You can see when it comes into them. You can watch their eyes. They start to roll back in their head. You can really see it with a musician. You can see it with the tone and the frequency and the pitch. And you can see their eyes flutter and the way that they look. And then they come back into their body. If you watch, start watching old performances. I watch Prince do it a lot, but watch. You'll see things like that happen. You'll see musicians do it. And some don't allow that. Now, there are practices and there are rituals in which you can invite something into your energy field. There are even mediums that channel. Like if you look at ones that channel entities or aliens or groups of aliens, they're actually inviting them literally into the physical and the frequency, which means,
thank you, Joe.
This is what I think happened to David, which means when you allow somebody into your house, your body, your frequency, okay, you are pushed to the side while that energy takes over control of your physical body.
We need three more roses.
It's not something I'm
going
to do for any reason on purpose. Trance channels do it. That's something that you can do. Like it's a natural occurrence. Like when you're younger and you don't know what you're doing, they will do that to you, and you have to actually set a bound. A lot of entertainers vote and allow it into them in order to increase what they're doing or have help writing or communicating with what they're doing. Okay. You can watch, like, go look at certain entertainers, watch it when they start really going, and watch their faces. You'll see it. You'll see the flash when it changes. This is what I think happened to David, but it's for a different reason. It's coming through the frequency of the video game, and they are using David to create the story. That's how I'm picking it up. They're using David to create the story. I just heard something over there. And so his actions from when that happened, like age 17, 18, 16 onward, he's creating the story for them so that they live through him and he has to do in order for them to live. That's how I see the energy.
Wow.
Now, when I go back to what happened to Celeste, the first thing is I see a young girl who still hugs her animals. And this is interesting. I don't know if she's signaling me this or she really had this stuffed animal. Some people do, some kids do. But she's showing me a white rabbit that she carries with her. And I'm just going to say this straight out.
So now listen to that and lock that in. Now, when this case goes forward and we hear about a white rabbit, guess what? If we hear about a white rabbit, guess what? She said it first, right? That's how you know it's real. Because nobody mentioned nothing about her hugging a white rabbit. So everybody lock that in and put a pin in that. Hey, what's up, Patchtown? How you doing, Patchtown? What's up? Everybody come on in. Everybody keep tappifying, keep sharifying. If you're new, make sure you follow Miss Knockout. All right? Let me see where we at on the homepage. Oh, we still number 1 on the homepage on the B side. Oh, we number 2 now. We're number 2, but that's okay. We're going to get back up there. But let's listen.
Oh, we know what the white rabbit stands for. So it can be 2 meanings. It can be the rabbit up and died pregnancy, but the police are saying she hasn't been pregnant for a year, but they don't know why she died. If you can tell she hasn't been pregnant for a year, then you can tell if she was drugged when she died.
So what do they mean she wasn't pregnant? So she was actually pregos? Because they said in the autopsy report, they said that she wasn't pregos. The uterus was as usual, a usual size. Okay, I'm going to load a few things. Okay, all right, Jewel. Yeah. So she they said that she wasn't pregos. These people need to be ashamed of themselves. It's a lot of weird. Watch your kids. Watch your kids. There's a lot of weirdos. A lot of weirdos in the world. Let's listen.
Saying, I mean, those tests should come back immediately, especially in a high-profile case, right? Or the rabbit is prone, and you know what I'm talking. Put Adreno in front of it, you know what I'm talking about. So the rabbit in its molecular structure signifies that. Now, here's the only time I've heard of a teenage girl in real life showing up with a stuffed rabbit, because I have heard this before, and it's due to them being trafficked, usually by a boyfriend who is really a pimp, because how else do you get a young girl to want to spread her legs or do whatever for multiple people? First of all, you have to love her. You have to do what her father.
So she's saying, like, so it's not only everything's all alleged, right? And this is a psychic, right? So everything is entertainment, all alleged. So she's saying that it's multiple people that this girl that was doing it to this girl. Multiple people. Remember, this is a young girl, right? D4VD, allegedly a big artist. He got mad people around. He's a star. He got people coming in and out around. So she's saying multiple people was talking to this little girl. I hope that they find them all, because all of them need to be locked up. If you talk to that little girl and did something with that little girl, you need to go to jail too. Weirdo. Let's listen.
Mother or family couldn't do for her, and convince her that you're a boyfriend. And then because she's young and naive and looking for love. She's going to do what she's going to do for you when you explain
We
the problem
almost had
you have. That's the
200K,
first thing.
y'all.
Carrying the rabbit is also a sign when being delivered from one to another that she's been trafficked. So it's kind of interesting. I feel like somebody set her up with David the singer to begin with. That's what I feel. Okay. But I am seeing the image of her with a stuffed, not a real rabbit, but a stuffed white rabbit. I don't know the significance of it. Then I see on the day that she passes, and keep this in mind. Okay. She shows me the energy of leaving her body, and it was kind of like a corkscrew like that, and she was out. I don't think she was dead. I think something happened and she lost consciousness. I'm falling forward and I bash my head in, and then I can't hear. My ears are ringing and I can't hear anything. She may have fallen, tripped or fallen or gone unconscious.
Shauna said if anybody hurt that little girl, they need to help and drag him back. Yeah. D4VD is on, he's in the process of being dragged to hell, because I'm sure they're getting it in on him in that jail. Everybody know about this case. So I'm sure the people in the jail know about the case too. You know what I'm saying? Once they find out that he was doing that, thank you, 200K loading, everybody on the clock side. All right. And if you didn't get your tapperation, go join my Discord. I got a tapper in there for Android, and I got a tapper in there. I got instructions for the built-in tapper for Apple. Okay. If you don't understand the instructions, right, go in and shoot me a question and I'll find out the answer to you. Right. And if you can't get through it, chat GTP, y'all. All right. I sent you the starter kit. Right. If you get stuck, chat GTP it and it'll walk you through it. Okay. That way we work smart and not hard. We need to be at 1 million taps every day. We need to be at 1 million. You know what I'm saying? That way you don't have to keep doing this. That's what the tapperation is. All right. So everybody go, the Discord is in my Linktree, in my bio. Join the Discord. If you don't have Discord, you got to download it first. You just don't automatically go in there. You got to download it first. All right. You could download it on your computer. It's better because you can see everything, but you could download it on your phone too. And once you get in there, go to the announcements, and I got the instructions for Android and I got the instructions for Apple. The Apple has a built-in tapper. Android, I found you a good one, Android. You just load it up and I put the instructions on how to set it up. And then you just open it. Okay. And if it doesn't open, all you got to do is force stop it. You go to your settings, go to the app and force stop it, and then go back to it and it'll open up. Okay. Because every once in a while it gets stuck. All right. So you'll go in there and let's do it, y'all. Let's work smart and not hard. We almost at 200K. Okay. Everybody coming in. We're talking about D4VD case and Celeste. And we got a psychic right here, Sloan Bella, doing a reading. Okay. Let's listen.
Something she ingested and fallen forward and hit her head. But before that, because I hear the ears are ringing, like my ears hurt. Like I smashed my head and I'm like, oh my God, my ears. So the pressure in that area is a lot. Like it's a fucking lot. Yeah. Okay. So here's what happened to her from the perspective that I picked up on it energetically. And she wants to keep pointing out that you promised me. You promised me. And I'm all over the place with this because it's how the energy feels. It's so unsettled. This has happened before. She's not the first one who died this way. These people have done this before, which makes me feel like there's about 4 of them. I go immediately down the freeway and I go to the stupid 710, if you've ever driven on it in Los Angeles. I'm going there. I'm in the traffic. Oh my God, I can't get out of this traffic. And I'm going to Long Beach and I'm going down to the docks. So I'm going like the Long Beach freeway, but I'm going down that way and I'm going to a cement room. So I'm going to a room where it's a warehouse or it is a building that is brick, literally brick building, and it's cement and I can't hear shit. I am blindfolded. I have come from somewhere else and I've come from somewhere where I feel like it's really windy and sandy and it sounds like the beach, but I've come from there and now I'm blindfolded. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I don't think anything's happening. I'm not scared. And I'm walking, if I'm her, that's what I'm talking like that, if I'm her. And I'm walking through the door of a warehouse, a building, a film studio, somewhere you rent to film where nobody's around, no one cares. So it's not like a warehouse in the middle of the city. It is a warehouse at the docks. I feel like that. And there's all these cars pulling up. She can't see them because she is blindfolded or she can't see for some reason. So she thinks she's included. I'm included. I'm included. She's going into the building. I'm included. Like, this is something we're doing. It's fun. I'm included, right? She gets there. She can hear nothing. It's like white noise. And it's like you're sucked into a vacuum, sucked into the vacuum. I walk in and I'm in a room and they take the blindfold off and I'm shut in the room, but I can't see shit.
What's up? What's up, everybody coming in?
I mean, I can
What's
see
up, keep it real,
that I'm in a room.
What's up, Waula?
I don't realize I'm in a room with a backlit mirror so that people can see in, but I can't see them.
Oh.
And then when I look on the outside of the mirror, I see all kinds of people. People holding napkins like for hors d'oeuvres, people in nice clothes. I see a celebrity there that I recognize. She's very tall. She's very famous. She's getting older. I see her there. I see other people. This actress shouldn't be connected to this singer. Like, it doesn't make sense to me why they're in the same circles. Or, I mean, maybe, but not really. I see her. I see other people. I see people in suits. It seems like a corporate event, but then I see people that look like the singer. They're dressed like that. I see people in jeans and t-shirts. I see younger kids walking around. I see a table with like alcohol and drinks and everybody's getting ready. And in the back, there's a movie projector. Now, I know we don't use movie projectors anymore. And Celeste is showing me as she's looking around. This is what she's showing me. This is after she's passed. She's showing me this, or the energy's showing me this. But she's showing me an outside, old school drive-in movie theater. So the cars pull up, and everybody's individual in their viewing of the movie. But there's 3 huge screens, and this movie, Celeste shows me she's running over here and she's wearing a coat and her hair is free and she's running. Over here, she's crying. Over here, she's blindfolded. They're twisting her around. Over here, she's dead. So I'm watching and I'm all over the place on these screens. So she herself is somehow confused about what's going on. Like, I'm all over the place. I go back in the warehouse and I look around, and when I'm looking, I see these people. They're chatting. They know each other. Not everybody knows each other. Some of them sit on a couch. It's set up for like a party of viewing, a pay-per-view. This is a digital party. I think that's what they're trying to tell me. I do feel people are there viewing it in person, but people with a lot of cash. The cash comes down. It's like a dog fight. It's like a fucking dog fight. The cash comes down. I immediately switch temperaments, and it's like a dog fight. So we have a planned pay-per-view dog fight.
Planned pay-per-view dog fight.
You're the best, Mom.
All right, everybody, it's the
Mom. Happy Mother's Day, Mom.
This is very interesting. So what kind of party she was at? So Hollywood people probably be having these secret parties that we ain't invited to. Right? 200 loading. Everybody put hashtags in the comments. Everybody blessify Miss Knockout so she won't be broke-ified. And I can keep coming here bringing you the hot topics. All right, we're listening to Sloan Bella give her psychic reading on D4VD. And after this, we're going to move to her psychic reading on Ashley Janae, the young girl who went and got unalived in Tanzania. All right, then we're going to watch Trent went to her funeral, so I just want to put that up, and he's going to tell us what happened at our funeral. I wanted to go to the funeral, right? But I should have made some calls for somebody to drive me out there, because it's like a 3-hour drive. It's farther than Philadelphia. It's way out in Jersey. By public transportation, it was like 4 hours, and I just couldn't do it. I would have to leave like 3 in the morning. Right? Yeah, everybody put hashtags in the comments, yo. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. Let's go. Come on.
Murder going out digitally to people that sign in to the warehouse, to that warehouse, to watch it happen, because this is the clientele they're dealing with. And you promised
So she's talking about a party at a warehouse, a party at a drive-thru.
Something about the
crazy.
Relationship, the music, the frequency of the singer.
We're listening, y'all.
And then we're going to do this because you fucking promised me.
I gotta grab something. We're listening.
Promise me part is changing now to it being said to her, you promised me that you would do this for me. Okay, but because she's showing me this, then I'm hearing it like it's being reflected back to her. Like it has to do with her for him. So I almost feel this was, okay, there's two components, and there is always one component, and it's financial. So if people can make a buck off your ass, they'll do that. But that's not what I'm talking about. This is twofold. It's moneyfold, and they have clientele who buy this product. They have clientele. The clientele is not disturbed in any way by what they see on the film and the cameras, these big outdoor cameras. Obviously, they're not outdoors, but I'm seeing them like drive-in movie theaters. So what that signifies to me is, remember, well, you don't, I do, because I'm that age, but you could go to drive-in movie theaters and you could be in a car with 4 people.
Yeah, back, y'all.
And you guys could be eating popcorn and laughing. And the car next to you, they could be having sex, but you couldn't really see in because everybody had their own speaker in the park. And so each car that went in there, depending on what your car was and where you were hiding behind, did you have tint on your windows? Did you have a blanket over your head? Or were you like roof down and like rah, 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 let's watch the movie? Individual microphones came up, individual places to hook up, right? That's individual areas, people's own computers, pay-per-view. That's what I'm seeing. Took me a while to figure that out. Pay-per-view is what happened. So her passing has been filmed and has been marketed. And the reason it's been marketed the way that it's been marketed and why they didn't want to find her, although placing her in her boyfriend.
So now I'm getting kind of confused, right? So according to the prosecutor's report, they said that she took an Uber, right? He said they were going back and forth on the phone, right? They were going back and forth on the phone, right? What's up, April? Everybody come on in. Everybody tapify, all right? And follow Miss Knockout if you haven't. I'll be here mostly every day giving hot topics and news, real world news, not people on the app. Miss Knockout does real world news, okay? We don't talk, but I did like that Moet Goddess went to see DVD. I was living through her, all right? But we talk about real world news, okay? So you like crime cases, hot topics, celebrity hot topics, mostly like crime cases that's going on, okay? Then you're gonna love it in here, all right? So we're talking about D4VD, all right? The guy who allegedly unalived the Celeste, who was 14 years old, who we met when she was 11 years old. We'll listen to a psychic reading on her, all right? But I don't understand. So she's saying that when she was unalive, right? And they filmed it like it was like a sacrifice of some sort. But the prosecutor's saying that they was talking on text on the phone, going back and forth, and she was threatening to expose him, that he was messing with an underage team, and he's saying, oh, this is going to ruin my career. So he put her in the Uber and got her over there. And then when she came in the door, he poked her, right? But she's saying that her unalivement was like filmed. Now I don't understand why people would film their crimes. That's a really dumb thing to do. Why would you film? Or maybe this is, I don't know. Now I'm kind of confused, but it's all going to come out in court. Let's continue to listen.
His car is a bit really fucked up because it wasn't him that did that. There are 4 people involved in this. There is 1 female and 3 men.
Right, Jenny?
The reason that it's done like that is because it sets up the next game. Okay, so I think I've got this down. So the murder of Celeste, and they didn't get her, by the way. The murder of Celeste was a...
Shout out to my people.
And it wasn't an accident. It was a setup. But the murder of Celeste was a consciousness extraction, and they didn't get her consciousness. She crossed over. She is in... I would use the word a chamber,
Okay,
but
Grout,
she is in a lock.
Grout, if you come on over to the Clizock, you could go on my profile and join the Discord, right? So the tapper is for over there on the tick to the Clizock, okay? I don't know. I don't think it on YouTube. You just hit the thumbs up and that's it. You know what I'm saying? I think you could tap on YouTube, can't too, right? Can't you tap on YouTube too now? I don't know. Okay, let's continue to listen.
In vacuum room, like a hospital on the other side, energy-wise, frequency-wise, where they are acclimating her back from the damage done to her all the way along. I definitely feel this is past life. She was lured right into this relationship. She was lured. And that's the word I'm going to use with it. She is able to observe what's going on because I see her in the hospital-like place and I see her watching what's going on. She definitely was watching when they found her body. So now
she's talking about her in the afterlife. She's saying that, she was watching like an outer body experience almost with them finding her body. And she also said that she was hoping that they would find her because it took them a long time to figure out that she was in there. And the only way, right, that they figured out that she was in that Tesla is because it started stinking. It started stinking in the toll place. And they went running around like, what's that smell? And then they found it. Now you would think, where's the mother? Is the mother looking? Because I'm looking for my kid the first day that she don't call me. I'm looking for you. Okay, you always go off and run off and you with these stars. I'm going to give you a day. But if I can't contact you that next day, then I'm going to send the dogs out. Why? I felt like her parents didn't go. These parents don't go hard for their kids. These parents don't be going hard for their kids. Why you ain't out there looking for your daughter? She should be home somewhere just coming out of playing with dolls. She running around with stars. Some of the comments were filtered. Type it another way. Right? Why you wasn't out there looking for your daughter? These kids be bad as hell. They do be bad. I see some kids on the train cussing the other day. I was on the train last week going to work. I'm gonna be on power. I'm gonna find out if the episode of Law and Order is coming out. I'm in episode 20, y'all. I should be. I don't know if I'm on the cutting room floor, but you should see me in episode 20 of Law and Order this season. All right. So I'm gonna see if episode 20 is up yet. Last time I looked, they was up to episode 17. All right. So I'm in episode 20, Law and Order. So look out for it. And then I'm in the new thing of Power, but I don't know if I'm going to be seen in that, but we'll see. It's just light work, background work. Knockout's going to catch another lick. I'm going to catch another lick. Like y'all said, time management, right? So let's listen.
Energy is able to see it, but without emotionally connecting to it until she's able to emotionally connect to it.
Yeah. You got to watch it. You watch it online. When
they found her body, this is so interesting because she would have been 15 on the 7th of September. So her solar return
it's out yet.
It was active at the time because, of course, leading up to her birthday, she would have been feeling the energy. Usually starts about a month before your birthday. So from year to year, you run the chart for the solar return. I'm sure y'all know this. You run the chart and it goes back into the exact degree that it was at the time that you were born. So the energy of the new year theme, the new year birthday year for you, the person, whenever your birthday is, that theme for that year. A lot of times it can be, no theme. I mean, very little interesting happening. And other times it's like all your work, all your health, all your control and manipulation and deception and all of that, which must have been the way it was with her energy on her solar chart. I bet you she started to feel it before. And I think that they started to argue before. And I think the word, and I got it mixed up. I thought it was her saying he promised her, but I think he's saying it to her.
I don't know if it's Special Victims Unit, y'all. I gotta look and see which law and order it is, because now I'm looking at the episode. They're already up to episode 27. The episode that I'm in is dealing with firefighters. Who watches Law and Order? Did you see the episode yet about the firefighter who was on trial? I'm in the courtroom with that. All right. So if you watch Law and Order, right? Broad rule trigger, a travel. Oh, okay. If you watch Law and Order, so I don't know if it's SUV because I don't see that episode describing the firefighter. I'm gonna find it, y'all. But let's listen.
You promised me you'd do this. You said you would do this. I think he talked her into doing something she didn't want to do. And I don't mean sex. I mean more on a ritual level. And I think she put her foot down because, again, we're coming out of a Mercury retrograde in August. We're flipping over to, eclipse season. And the eclipses are either going to be squaring her or like right on her sun and moon. So that's a strand of energy. And that can actually throw people off the planet big time. And that could even be Uranus in your chart. When the eclipses happen, I equate that with Uranian energy, and it could just like throw you over the edge. I'm trying to look and see. I pulled up my version of her chart just to see, but her Uranus was in
almost
Pisces.
at 200K. We got 20K to go, y'all.
Degrees, which is an anaretic degree, which means it's going to be activated during an eclipse. So it's either going to be squared or conjuncted, whatever. Anyhow.
Okay, so oh no, okay, that's not it.
So I feel her solar chart literally was lit up for this. She didn't have a chance. You cannot play in a video game with people whose intellect is so different than yours and frequency is coming from an altered consciousness, and you're down here in this very thick layer of energy. So I really feel there's a huge jumping ahead in my head and being right around November 7th through to the 30th of November. There's huge developments in the case. And it looks like there's 4 people involved. I'm sure whoever hid the body in the car on purpose, I don't even understand thinking like that. So that's a deliberate thing.
Let me tell you something. Whoever touched that body besides David and helped him put it in the trunkety trunk, they are going to get in it too. Right? But 9 times out of 10, they're probably going to turn state witness. Right? Hey, back what I missed. Okay, we listening to the psychic still. What's up, Yoli? Hey, how are you, Yoli? Welcome. Neo, yeah, Neo knows a lot. They're going to put Neo on the stand. They're going to force him to talk. But whoever touched that body, we don't know if it was Neo, because he had a lot of people around him. So it could be Neo, alleged. Everything's all alleged. But whoever else touched it, because they took the fingerprints on the that bag in the car, right? And the body bag that they put in the car, they got all the fingerprints. They know who touched that bag. Come on, let's go. Let's listen to the
That's deliberate. And there's confusion around who did that, but there are 4 people involved. Anyway, that is my first reading on this topic and completely out of the blue. And once again, my name is Sloan from sloanbella.com.
Wow. So so that's the one on DVD. So let's move over to Celeste. So Celeste had a funeral today, right? Okay, first I want to go to Trent, because Trent went out there. Trent covered the case too, and Trent went out there to the funeral. So we're gonna look at what Trent said happened at the funeral. All right, and then we're gonna go into the reading. Sloan Bella, the same woman, okay, did a reading on Ashley. So Ashley, let me set it up, okay, for everybody that don't know. Ashley Janae, long story short, is a young content creator. She's from New Jersey. She moved to Miami. She took a trip with Joe McCann, her boyfriend, since 2024, right? You didn't miss that much, Zoe. She got T-bone. Oh, really? Oh, sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, Zoe. Prayers up to you. Sorry to hear that. I seen you said T-bone before, but I thought it had to do with the case. You know what I'm saying? So everybody send love and light to Zoe. Send love and light to Zoe, y'all. Sorry to hear that. Okay? Hope your daughter is okay and she heals up and all that good stuff, man. I'm telling you, life could change at a blink of an eye. That's why we got to stay prayed up and we got to watch where we going. Because at a blink of the eye, man, you know what I'm saying? Everything could go to the left at a blink of an eye. I was one day I was going to the store, right? And I zoned out for 1 second, but I zoned out because I got so much on my mind, right? And I'm doing so much stuff. So I'm walking and I'm running errands and I'm walking across a big highway street. And I zoned up for 1 second and I hear a bomb, 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 bomb. And everybody's like, oh my God. The light turned green and I'm walking into the street, zoned out. And the car said, I almost got hit in the street. God, thank goodness thank you, Jesus. I'm safe. But I said, oh, shoot. And they was like, miss, you all right? You all right? And I was like, oh, my bad. I didn't realize the light changed. And they was like, yeah, everybody said, everybody gasped. And I came back in it and I was like, oh, shoot. And the car said, the light turned green and I was still walking out into the street. Life can change at a blink of an eye. Perfectly healthy. Walk out in the street. Boom. Now you in the hospital. For what? Because life is unpredictable. We got to always be, I bet you I'll be watching, but every time I go in the street now, I'm looking. That was a warning. That was a warning from the universe. Watch your surroundings at all times. Be aware of your surroundings at all times. All right. So now let's go into, Trent went to Ashley's funeral, right? And he comes and he talks about it. All right. I wanted to go to the funeral too, but it was so far. I should have made some calls to go to the funeral and to get somebody to drive to the funeral. But I didn't, I didn't act in time and stuff. So, I know if I would have called certain people, we could have drove out there and got, and went to the funeral and then told y'all what happened or whatever. But we gotta watch Trent now, because Trent went to the funeral. I seen Trent at the Diddy trial. I didn't really get to talk to him extensively, but I seen these people. All right, and let's get to it. So we're gonna see what Trent seen at the funeral. After this funeral, these parents better get on. They better get on to it, boy. They better get on to it after the funeral, because, child, those parents better get on the good foot. They better get on the good foot and get with that private investigator, because we ain't gonna let this star die. We ain't gonna let this doggone story, okay? Who passed away? Well, we still talking about the D4VD case, right? And now we're talking about Ashley Jeanette. All right. So Trent went to the funeral. And we're going to see what he says all happened. Okay, so let's get into it. Okay, let's get into it, y'all.
I am live outside of Ashley Janae's wake, which is happening tonight, May the 4th. And tomorrow, I will be back again, May the 5th, for her wake and funeral. I'm going to give you guys some information on the things that are going on inside, but I am also going to be very, very respectful of the family. And just to set it off from the beginning, I will not be giving you guys any sort of description of Ashley herself, how she looks, nor her casket. I want to respect the family.
Wow.
As you can see, I moved as far away as possible. I don't want to get anybody on camera who does not want to be on camera. There has been some film crews already that were here, news crews. The pastor has already addressed that. I'll get to that. But
and sidebar, I just got something that came across my desk, right? So Joe McCann, right, who was with her when she was unalived in Africa, he was not invited to the funeral. Remember we was asking about that, right? If I would, I don't want to be him, right? But I don't feel like he should go to the funeral anyway. He shouldn't go to the funeral whether he was not invited or not. That's awkward. Everybody looking at you, staring at you like, why are you here? Right? And where is Joe? They keep saying, oh, he's being questioned. I feel like they protecting him. I don't feel like he's either in jail or being protected out there in Africa, because he knows when he stepped foot out there, we got questions. Step to the front of the room. We got questions for you, sir. Step to the front of the room. We got questions for you. All right? You know what I'm saying? So I just got word and seen allegedly he was not invited to the funeral. Good. Let's listen.
I've been following this case from the beginning. I wanted to come here just to get a feel of what is going on with her family and friends. But I want to be very, very respectful to the family. And stay tuned to the end of this video. I have Ashley's card here that they normally give at wakes and funerals, and I think this will give us a little bit more information on how the parents have been dealing with this case of their daughter. So let me start out from the beginning. We are in a town called Paul.
So he's at the wake. The wake is today.
New Jersey. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. It is a small town, or what for me feels like a small town in South Jersey. If you can see here, there's the church right over there, right there where you see like that blue car. And there's homes right around here. This is not a big metropolitan area, and it just feels homey and feels very, very local. You can feel the love and you could feel the warmth. I wanted to make sure that we get that across. Walking up, I asked if this wake was open to the public. So just again, for those of you who might have some sort of questions, I'm not intruding.
We're almost at 200K,
they
y'all.
want to open this up to the public. Okay. There were two entrances. There was one for the family, which is on the side of the building, and the other entrance, which you can see here where that blue car is, that was the public entrance. From what I could see, there wasn't too much public. It was more kind of intimate, family visiting, and but you could tell there was still some people that were like me that have heard or knew about the case that wanted to come and see and or pay their respects. The family asked for there to be no pictures or videos inside. So yes, they're opening up to the public. And even if you go on the church's website, which is the Second Baptist Church, you will see it says, come for the celebration of life. They wanted to have this as a celebration of life and to share Ashley's life and joy with us, the public. But again, no pictures or videos inside. I think that, should be just something that somebody would do over common courtesy. But of course, it's 2026 and everybody wants viral moments. So I can understand why they made that.
So her wake and funeral, they not allowing people coming in there, getting, filming, getting clicks and moments off of her funeral. The family's not allowing that. Ashley was a content creator, but the family is not. All right. Slave braids. Oh, slave braid. That's creative. Slave braids. All right. Let's listen. Trent is outside the The wake is today, I believe, and I believe the funeral is tomorrow. Let's listen.
Everybody was extremely welcoming, very courteous. I had a backpack on, or like a side bag, and they're like, sorry, you can't come in here with it. And I was like, hey, this is just my laptop and some stuff. They're like, sorry, you can't come in. And one of the ushers was like, would you like me to keep it in the car for you? And I'm like, thank you so much, like super nice, but I don't know you and I don't want to leave my expensive laptop with you. So I called my cousin who dropped me off to come and pick up. But just want to let you know, like, just the feeling around everybody, super nice, warm and friendly.
Wow.
Some people were dressed in all black, some people were dressed in all white. This is a celebration of life. Nowhere on the flyer do you see funeral or even says memorial. It just says wake.
We almost had 200K.
So that is why some people were dressed in all white. There was a mix of white and black people. We'll get to that a little bit later on. But as soon as I rolled up on the family entrance side, I could tell it was Ashley's family. But on the outside, this entrance, there was a big long line and there were a lot of white people. Now, Ashley's mom is remarried to a white guy, so I'm not too sure if that was his family or Joe's family. We'll get to that a little bit later on.
Family, what is they doing there? Right?
Okay, so I said this already. There were no bags or anything allowed inside. But of course, women were allowed to bring their.
Do y'all think that Joe's family should be coming to a funeral? Because once again, that's awkward. Awkward. Do y'all feel like Joe's family should be at that funeral? Yes or no? You know what I'm saying? Y'all, did y'all have connection with the family? Was y'all talking to the family, or was y'all friends with the family? What are you doing at the funeral and there's no Joe? Because now I'm be asking you questions. Where's Joe at? Where he at? We need to talk to him. Why you ain't talking to the family and telling them what happened in her last days? Why you won't talk to them? It's no way they should be at that funeral. I don't think it's going to be her family. I think that she just had friends that were white and friends that were black. Everybody got black. I got friends that's white, black, Chinese, Asian, Indian. I got all kinds of friends. So maybe she just had a lot of friends of different nationality. But I would hope, right? What's up, 215? What 215 said? What 215 said? Wait, hold up. Let me scroll up. Hell no. That's right. Heck no. Why would you be at this girl's funeral? You connected to the person that we need to talk to. We need to have a conversation with you, Joe. What your family better not be at this funeral. Let's listen.
Sure, their purses. It was a fairly small church, not overdone, but like I said, it felt very local and very homey. Her mom was standing beside with her husband, and on one side, and her father and his wife were standing on the other. Again, I don't want to give any more details, but of course, her casket was there. It was open casket. I don't want to give any more details other than her parents were standing on each side. Both seemed very, very strong. Of course, her mother was, of course, crying. I never saw her father crying, but seemed very, very strong. And of course, everybody that was lined up from the outside was coming inside, greeting and hugging everybody who was coming in. The pastor came on. It started around 6 p.m. or the doors opened at 6 p.m. The pastor came on at around 10:15, and he says, camera crews are starting to show up, and we would like for people, if you need to step outside, ask an usher to come outside with you, because we don't want people having to feel like they have to have interviews. We do not want this to turn into a spectacle for the world. And
it's already,
I saw most people coming inside.
Look, it's too late for that. It's already a spectacle for the world, right? Everybody's looking at this story. It's already like a world spectacle. But, you got to respect the family. The family ain't into all this, televised and social media. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I wanted to travel out there, but I would almost feel bad doing what he's doing outside. I mean, he can't do it inside. You know what I'm saying? Because people are going to say, oh, you just went out there for clicks and views. Right? Who feels like they seeing somebody out there in front of her funeral or wake, who feels like they only want clicks and views? But he covered the story. You know what I'm saying? He is a content creator. This is what content creators do. But I wouldn't want people to feel like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the Diddy trial is different. Right? Slave Bray said, me, yeah, I would kind of feel like that. I would kind of like look at that in my brain. But let's listen.
Point. There were videos and pictures played of Ashley, like at most wakes. Again, I don't want to describe any of the videos or pictures that were playing.
He's
Joe
being
Button
careful, though.
came in
being
at around
careful.
6:20. He came in
Joe
by himself.
Buttons is his friend.
He was wearing a Gucci cardigan and he had his hat, but he took his hat off and he had on black glasses. I don't want to say his interaction. I think that should be private. Just know that he was there. And of course, there were some interactions with people. Joe sat down by himself in an aisle by himself. Right.
We're almost at 200K, y'all. We at 199.
In front of me to the end. He sat down. Again, I don't want to say how his mannerisms, but he picked up his glasses at one point to look at the pictures and the video. And then I would say he maybe stayed 10 or 15 minutes and left. The pastor at one point came up, shook his hand, said hi to him. And I think that's all about it that I want to share.
Oh,
and
okay, y'all, I found it.
Like I said a little bit in the beginning,
I found it. So the episode of Law and Order that I'm gonna say I might be in, because you know how TV world is. You could do a whole episode and wind up on the cutting room floor, but it's the original Law and Order, right? The original Law and Order, episode 20, season 25, and it's called Once Burned. All right, so put a note in that. It's going to air on Thursday, May 7th. I'm going to actually watch it. It's going to air May 7th on May 7th. What's today? When is May 7th, y'all? Today is let's see, today is May 5, Tuesday, when it's Thursday. It's going to air Thursday. I don't know what time. It's going to air Thursday. Okay, I might be on that episode. We'll see. I'm going to give a might. I'm going to say I might. But I did a lot of work on it. I spent 2 days on that episode. I was there for 2 days. All right? So you might see me in that. All right? So that's Thursday. I don't know what time it comes on. Look at your local listing. But Thursday, episode 20, season 25. Episode, and it's the original Law and Order. Not the SUV one, the original. All right? So you know there's different ones. There's an SUV that got Ice-T and all of them on it. No, it's the original Law and Order. And it's the episode, it's about a firefighter who gets caught, goes to trial for stealing jewelry and stuff like that. I'm not going to give it away. I'm not going to give it away because y'all got to watch it. I don't want to do a spoiler alert. But I know what happens because I was there. Okay? So you can watch that Thursday. Thursday, okay? So let's listen. And next week, after this, listen to Slella is going to give a psychic reading on Ashley Janae. And I want to hear this. Right? So everybody keep tapifying, keep sharifying. We still here. We are still here. Okay, we going on 4 hours. We over 4 hours on the clock. Because I got on here way before. Oh, we at 4 hours. We going on 5 hours on the clock. Right? So let's listen. All right? Everybody keep tapifying. Oh, we reached 200K. Yes. Thank you for the 200K on the clocksies. Yes. All right. We still on the B to the I to the G-O. All right. So let's listen, y'all.
I don't want to come here to be reporter, investigating reporter, journalist, content creator. I more just wanted to come and see the vibe and see the family and see the town and just get a feeling more for somebody who I've been speaking
well,
about.
Trent, you are kind of giving reporting out there.
Has had the international
you are kind of giving reporting, Trent. I don't know.
I still would like to know, and I will maybe try to find out if Joe's family was here. Like I said, there was a lot of white people, and there's.
I don't think so. It better
Ashley's
not.
Father is remarried to a black woman, and Ashley's mom is remarried to a white
Ashley's mother is remarried to a white guy. So I believe that that's Ashley's stepfather's family. I don't believe that that's Joe McCain's family, because they better not be. The audacity, you stay over there with Joe. Okay, I believe that that's Ashley's mother's husband's family paying their respect. That makes sense. Joe's family better not be, okay, because we're going to have some questions for you too. So that's your family. Where is he at? Where is he at? Is he locked up or he being protected? Thank you, Lizzie. Let's listen.
The amount of white people that were here, I don't think could have been from Ashley's stepdad's side of the family.
Yeah,
I would expect some, but to the level
I think it is
that was here, I really do not think it was from his family.
I think it's from his side of the family.
That it may be from Joe's family. And like we have said, and like we have spoken about a couple of times here, that Joe was married and divorced and had 2 kids. We do know that Ashley was a stepmom to Joe McCann's kids. So was that Joe's side of the family? But how weird must that be if Joe's side of the family is showing up to the wake and or funeral, but Joe is still in Tanzania, and from what we know does not have his passport, and from what reports are still being held in jail.
Her family needs, I hope they're linked up with a private investigator right away, right? Because the private investigator is going to tell if Joe got on a plane and came home, because they're going to be able to get those records from the plane, right? Remember, the FBI don't get involved until they're invited to get involved later on while the case is still going, right? But she needs her family. I hope they partner. They probably did partner with a private investigator, because that private investigator can find out more than me and you and them, and they'll be able to tell, is Joe, did he get on a plane? Right? And then have him partner with a private investigator in Africa. I would pay for a private investigator here and a private investigator in Africa that nobody knows that's on the case, to find out what the F is going on. Where's Joe at? Is he in jail eating beans and bread? Or are they just saying that he's in jail and he's really out being protected and in hiding with that hotel owner? Because we're going to get into it. They saying that the owner's trying to shut the whole hotel down. They don't want people coming in there getting evidence and stuff and trying to figure out what's going on. Where's those tapes at? Where's those tapes at? We know that you got cameras to make sure nobody's messing up your hotel before this happened, and anybody stealing nothing, messing. You got established like that, gotta have hotel cameras. Where's that footage at, Joe? We got some questions for you, Joe. We can't wait for you to come home. We can't wait. Let's listen.
Not as a suspect, but potentially as a witness. From what we know, we don't know much because Tanzania doesn't want to tell us anything. And like we have known and reported, Tanzania doesn't have to tell us or the U.S. government anything. So my biggest takeaway is
they need a private investigator.
Joe's family. And we do know that Ashley's parents, both mom and dad, have said that they haven't spoken that much to Joe. We do know at first it was that he called her, Ashley's mom, from the hospital. And since that, we have heard that they have spoke very little to Joe. So when she says I have spoke very little to Joe McCann, does Ashley's mother mean that phone call, or has she spoken to Joe since? And she does. Both parents have said they do have questions.
Thank you, Charlene.
If you're questioning Joe McCann and you think maybe he had something to do with it, or knowledge or something, do you allow his children and his family to still come to the wake when there are still so many questions? We still know that there is no result from the autopsy from Tanzania, or if they do have the results, they haven't shared it with the public or with the family. We do know that Ashley's parents, when her body came back, I think a week or maybe 2 weeks now, they have conducted their own independent autopsy. From what we know, they don't have the results back. So from what we know, they still don't know if Joe was a witness, if he's a suspect, or what. That is my take.
Hey, Antoine!
The white people that were there were friendly, crying, and hugging everybody like a family.
What's up, Antoine?
You guys take from that what you will. Now, I started off this video by saying we all got a card when we came in to the church right behind me.
So everybody that's joining us, we are listening to updates. This guy is in front of the wake of Ashley Janae, who was unalived in Tanzania, and they saying it's a suicide, but we ain't buying it. And the fiance, the boyfriend, I don't even want to call him the fiance, is over there hiding out. But we got some questions for you, Joe McCann. You know what I'm saying? So they're trying to pass it off as a suicide, but we got the feeling that it ain't a suicide, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? So her funeral's going on. They said that they don't got nothing, no information from Tanzania. The parents, they won't give them nothing. And it's a payola type of thing over there. You got to pay the locals for everything. Right? So we can't wait for Joe McCann to get on that plane. You got to come home sometime. But Boom 808 said he might not never come home. And I believe him, because he knows what's waiting for here. People going to have a lot of questions, right? And a lot of people doing business with him. Thank you so much for Angelina for the heart. Me ain't going to be doing business with him no more until we find out what happened to Ashley. Who wants to be doing business allegedly with a cold-hearted unaliver? Who want to do business? Ain't nobody want to do business with you until we find out what really went on, until you start talking, my dude. Why you ain't talking? It's a reason for that. All right? So let's listen to Trent. He's outside the wake. Let's continue to listen.
And like I said, this is public, so I'm not reading you anything that is not meant to be public. And to me, it gives a little bit of insight. And it has Ashley's picture. I guess this is a picture of her from a child, and an older picture. It says Ashley Robinson, says sunrise April the 5th, 1995, sunset April the 9th, 2026.
Wow.
And on the back it says, to those I love, when I'm gone, release me, let me go. I have so many things to see and do. You must not tie yourself to me with tears. Be happy that we had so many years. I gave you love. You can only guess how much you gave me in happiness. I thank you for the love each have shown, but now it's time I travel alone.
Wow.
So grieve a while for me, if grieve you must. Then let your grief be comforted by trust. It's only for a while that we must part, so bless those memories within your heart. I will not be far away, for life goes on. So if you need me, call and I will come. Those who cannot see or touch me, I will be near. And if you listen with your heart, you will hear all of my love around you, soft and clear. Then when you must come this way alone, I will greet you with a smile and welcome home.
Wow.
Now, I'm sure that is a passage from somewhere or some sort of a song or something. I don't know exactly where it's from. Maybe some of you could tell me if you know in the comment section. But what I think is really important here is, when I'm gone, release me. Let me go. I have so many things.
I hope so, Angelina.
You must not tie yourself to me with tears.
You're exactly right about that, Angelina. I hope Joe McCann, I hope you get haunted the rest of your life from Ashley. I hope she haunts you every day and every night. hope she's knocking pots and pans off the stove, all of that. And I hope Celeste haunts DVD every doggone day and night. D4VD. I hope you get haunted. And I hope they tear your behind up in that doggone jail. They're going to tear your behind up. What's up, Foxtail? What are we doing right now? Just got in. What's up, Taste? What's up, LA Lisa? All right. We're going, Ashley Janae, who got unalived in Tanzania, and they tried to sell us the story that it was a sewer city. Everybody get your orange heart like Lisa, right? Lisa and everybody, I'm on a B to the I to the G-O app. Same name, all one name. So go over there if you got a profile to the B to the IGO. We over there too now. All right. We on 9 apps right across the board. All right. So that's what we talking about. We talking about Ashley. All right. Her wake is today. All right. And then we're gonna go to Sloan Bella, and Sloan Bella is gonna do a reading on Ashley. All right. And I'm going to show the reading again for people because we've been on for 5 hours. People come and go. I'll do a repeat performance tomorrow morning for the people who wasn't here. All right. But we're going to go. Janet is back. What's up? Janet is back. Everybody come on in. What's up, Nirich? What's up, y'all? So we're going to repeat it tomorrow because I know it's the tail end. People got stuff to do during the day. It's Cinco de Mayo. I'm going to try to come back tomorrow. Maybe we'll have a little party, a Cinco de Mayo party. Y'all want me to do a panel? Do y'all want to do a panel for Cinco de Mayo? On the B side and the other side, we could do a panel. What's up, Vernon? All right. So Trent went up to the wake. He's out there broadcasting. Then we're gonna go back to Sloan Bella, and she's gonna give a psychic reading for what she thinks that happened to Ashley. Okay, she's a medium. She connects with the afterlife. All right. So let's listen to Trent, and then we're gonna swing back over to Sloan Bella. All right. She just did the reading for D4VD, told us a lot of interesting things. All right. Let's listen.
Happy that we had so many years. When I'm gone, release me.
So he's reading. He read what's on the back of the program of her message that the family put to everybody. You know, don't shed tears for me. Cherish the time we had together. It's a good reading. It was a good reading. It was. Let's listen.
A lot of you and even me have questioned the parents. I'm saying, why aren't they over in Tanzania? Why aren't they doing more?
It's a reason for that.
Why that? And I've always said, A, it's none of our business. B, we have to give them grace. And C, we do know that there's lawyers, publicists involved, and the things that we see in public can be vastly different from what's in private.
And private investigators, lawyers. And when you got a private investigator and lawyers, you got to stay quiet. You got to sit still and let them do the work. Otherwise, you might spoil the doggone brew. You know what I'm saying? We don't know why the parents didn't go. In my mind, too, I'm like, my kid, I'm like, over there, right? But you don't know nobody over there. It's a payola type of thing. They always panhandling and begging every step of the way. You know what I'm saying? But in my mind, I'm going to get with the embassy and going over there. But we don't know why. Maybe there's a good reason, right? Let's listen.
But of course, we're human beings, so we're going to speculate and to see and to try to come to some sort of understanding on our own. I mean, it's just human nature. So until we have more information, it could be that their faith is that we're going to let God handle this. We have decided that when I'm gone, release me, let me go. And maybe they feel they just want to let Tanzania do what Tanzania does. Or what the US Embassy wants to do.
Tanzania ain't doing nothing.
Be a suspect or be a witness or whatever, and we just let that go. And we are just letting go of this. Now, I'm not saying that this is fact. I'm just, like I said, we can only speculate until we know. But I feel like this passage tells us a lot. You guys sound off below. Let me know what you think about this.
Okay, so that's the end of his report. You know, he's going to give the subscribe and all that. Now let's go straight to Sloan Bella, because we've been on here for 5 hours already. I know y'all want to grab your Cinco de Mayo stuff. All right. So we're gonna. Who wants me to come back and have a party tonight? Don't worry, I ain't gonna take a nap today. I had my coffee. All right. So I plan on coming back. Like sometime. Oh, remember the skip grants is 3 o'clock. I almost slipped my mind. Okay, the skip grants is 3 o'clock. So y'all go sign up. Y'all sign up. Y'all want me to have a party? You want me to do a panel? Y'all want me to do a panel? Okay, I'll come back this evening. Okay, let's make it like a little later, right? Because I gotta do something at 8 o'clock. Right? So I'll make a panel, right? I'll make a panel like 8 o'clock. We'll go a couple of hours and we'll have a little party for Cinco de Mayo. I don't want to start it before 8 o'clock and then I gotta leave and go to my meeting. All right. So right after my meeting, I'll come on here and we'll spend a couple of hours on a panel on the B side too, on this side too. Okay, I'll do a panel on both sides. All right. And then we'll have a little fun for Cinco de Mayo. I'll play some music or whatever, and we'll make a panel and get busy. All right. So now let's go to Sloan Bella. And she's going to do a reading on Ashley Janae, and I'm very curious. I was going to say this to tomorrow, right? But I'm very curious on what she got to say. All right? So let's go to Sloan Bella now, and let's listen. All right? Everybody keep tapifying. Thank you for the 200K. And listen, everybody blessify Miss Knockout so she won't be brokified. We got 45 people in here. We got 80-something people in here, but we know 60 of them are bots. Right? But we still got some real people in here. So everybody show Miss Knockout some love. Give me some tabs, some shares, or whatever you could do. Show some love. I appreciate you. All right. So let's listen to Sloan Bella. Okay, hold on. This looks like
Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds, and welcome to my mountain.
So this is a commercial, y'all. It's a commercial. Hold on, y'all. It's a commercial. Okay, let's listen. So this is Sloan Bella reading on Ashley.
Of Russian friends or frenemies around him. Okay, people from Russia. These are people he deals.
Okay, so he's dealing with people from Russia. Okay, let's listen to Ashley Janae's reading now. We did David, so let's do Ashley. Okay, let's listen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sloan from SloanBella.com, and I am back with another energetically channeled celebrity video.
Thank you,
now,
Oni.
This type of celebrity is entirely different than the former celebrities, movie stars of decades ago. I'm talking about celebrity influencers, and I'm talking about the young woman that passed away in Zanzibar, Tanzania, the past 2 weeks, right after her birthday and subsequent engagement with her boyfriend. She's found in some situation, and they are trying to suggest that she put herself in this situation. She was taken to the hospital and she died, and that she was 31 years old, born on April 5th of 1995. And again, I'm talking about Ashley Janae, known as Ashley Robinson from her birth, and she's cited as being born in New Jersey. That's the information I have, and being a Miami influencer. I'm sure she's an influencer wherever she goes because she was an influencer. Her career goes back a long time, though, approximately 15 years. She's a print model, a model, a spokesperson. She did all kinds of things. So she had put herself in the business at a very young age and was becoming successful in a lot of different genres. And most importantly for her, the influencer type of celebrity, which gave her a huge following, and people enjoyed watching her lifestyle content. Now, she went on this birthday trip with her boyfriend named Joe McCann, who's approximately 17 years older than her, 48. Okay, so he's in that age range somewhere. And the two of them traveled out of the country, and they were on this lovely vacation with these extraordinary animals and surroundings and beautiful things. I mean, just absolutely lovely things. Her birthday was on April 5th. So you know I have to look up her chart. However, I don't have a time of birth. So I have to put a sun on the ascendant to figure it out. Now, she's Aries, Sun, and Mercury in Aries. And this would be placed in her first house with Sun on the ascendant. She had Saturn in Pisces and Venus in Pisces in a wide conjunction, approximately 8 or 9 degrees. Now, this conjunction in the 12th house of the Sun on the ascendant chart is interesting and piqued my interest right away. Saturn and Venus together dampens your love life, wherever it's placed in the natal chart, because again, we don't know her time of birth. But when I'm reading it from Sun on the ascendant and I see it placed in the 12th house, past life, prior romantic entanglements that imprison us right away. Karmic retribution, karmic responsibility. Now, remember, when people use the word karma, they're like, so-and-so did this, so karma's going to get them. Sometimes people come into our lives and they continue up with the karma. They continue the fight because they themselves have karma with the fact that they shouldn't be doing that, and they refuse to acknowledge that. So it depends which way the karma is going. I actually am feeling the way that it's going. However, having said that, I'm just going to move forward with this. Now, she had Jupiter and Pluto retrograde in Sagittarius. They were in a Sagittarian country, meaning not the mundane astrology. I'm not sure what it is for Zanzibar and Tanzania, but traveling outside of the United States to foreign lands is very Sagittarius by nature. So I'm wondering what was aspecting her Pluto. And if you go back to the time frame of when they say they started dating sometime in 2024, it was probably right at the tail end of her Saturn return. So having said that, it brought back this partner into her life, if we're going to look at it metaphysically. But I'm going to look at it calculating, because when I look at her chart, and I'll tell you this, she was a Gemini moon regardless of when she was born on that day, and she has her North Node in Scorpio. Scorpio North Node is interesting. Now, South Node is where we come from. It's the sweatpants we pull on every day. We're used to it. It's consistent. It's what we do. North Node is that creepy tuxedo you put on, or that really starchy dress, and you're like, this is so uncomfortable. I hate my sweatpants, right? So when we go towards the North Node, we are working towards soul needs to learn. Now, the North Node in Scorpio is fascinating. Not only does it combine the 8th house attributes, which is sex, death, and rock and roll, and taxes, but it also combines the energy that goes on underneath the current in a metaphysical, spiritual, kind of good or bad spiritual way, and the element of manipulation. Remember that Scorpio is manipulative on its basis, meaning it learns about how to maneuver underneath the surface, which is not overt and not logically in front of us. So it's what goes on underneath. So North Node in Scorpio is going to force the person to deal with things of a nature that require them to recognize manipulation throughout their life, which means they will be taken advantage of. And usually, retrospectively, means that they come from a very empathic, compassionate mindset as a being. So they are targets for people who prey on kindness of other people, assuming it's weakness. This is the first part of it. Now, I have no birth date for her boyfriend, but when I look at him, I feel water and I feel fire with him. Now, water can be Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. I'm going to go with Scorpio or Cancer on that, although her Saturn is in Pisces. So it would stand to reason something in his chart was in Pisces, but I see the ego on him, or the ego around him physically, and the rounded body shape. So I want to go Cancer, fire sign, Sag. I want to go around those lines. I also want to say possibly Leo, because her chart, natal chart, as much as I could run it, is Mars in Leo. So she, no matter what sign the boyfriend is, he will present as a Leo type energy. So that's the presentation of the energy. Now, when I'm looking at or trying to find this man's birth energy, anything about him, he could be Libra too, because Libras are often violent. Don't get mad at me, Libras. It's afflicted Libras. So I will not generalize on saying all Libras, but when there's an affliction to the sign, this is what we're.
I know some Libras, and they don't project like being violent people. You know what I'm saying? The Libra, right? Or do y'all agree or disagree with her? The Libra, do you know Libras as being like violent people? Not all Libras, but I don't know Libras as being violent. I know them as being like a little moody, but not violent, right? Yes, men, the men. Oh, the men. See, I know women that's the Libras, but the men I don't know. Absolutely not. Oh, she said afflicted. Oh, she said afflicted. Okay, let's continue.
Talking about happening in this particular instance. But I wanted to pick up on the energy of what actually happened. So here I go. I'm going to go into it. The first thing I get from the boyfriend, because I'm trying to see what happened around this. The first thing I get is he lied to Ashley about his age.
Oh.
Whatever age he is, he did not tell her that age. He made it a couple of years younger. He's deceptive from the beginning. The conversation is deceptive. The initial meeting between the two was set up as an introduction of coincidence, meaning he asked somebody to put him in proximity with her in order to introduce them. So there is a targeted focus from his energy to her energy to get to know her. Is this bad? No, I'm assuming the male species is going to go after something that they find visually attractive, physically attractive, all of those things. And that's exactly what happened. But he didn't present himself truthfully to begin with. So at this point in our society in 2026, I think it behooves everybody to basically get a private investigator to run the background on somebody so you can find out their financials, their physicals, their if they're married, if they're not married, if they have kids, if they don't, if they owe money, if they don't, if they have bankruptcies, if they have criminal cases against them, if they're wife beaters. And this goes for men.
Well, when you meet people, right, and you start dating them and it starts getting into like you like them or whatever, do you do background checks on them? I say the average person don't. What's up, Truth Matters? I say the average person don't really do background checks. They don't usually do background checks on people, you know what I'm saying? We just play it as we go along, right? The average person don't do a background check so long. You do? You do? Yeah, some people would, right? Especially in the age of technology, you could get a background check, all right? We had 219K. Thank you for the 219K on the clock. Right, 219K likes. All right, everybody on the B app, welcome in. If you're new, my name is Ms. Knockout. Make sure you follow me. I'm here every day with hot topics. Right now, we're talking about the Ashley Janae case where they tried to tell us that, you know, she had committed suicide. Read between the lines and change the word around in Tanzania, and we just ain't buying it. So now we're listening to a psychic give a reading on her. The average person don't do a background check, but in this day and age, if I got into somebody and I was serious, I would definitely be snooping to see what they all about, what's their history, if they have any DV cases. All right. Suppose you dating somebody and you go do the background check on them, and then you see that they got the DV case with their ex. Would you chop it off? Heck yeah. Like what? If you hit her, then you might try to hit me. Right? If you hit one time, you might hit the next one. It don't leave your body. All right, let's listen.
Dating women as well. I think it's imperative because this guy had such a mask on him, meaning he didn't present himself. He didn't tell her the truth about his age initially. He was.
And going tomorrow, we got some other stuff to start tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to start early. I might try later, like about maybe 10:30. I might start at 10:30. Today we started a little early, right? But tomorrow I might start like a little later because I'm testing out different times of the day. I might start 1:00 tomorrow and see if that's better, right? So we testing out different times of the day. So tomorrow I might start 1:00, and whatever time is good for me, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stick to that time. I was worried in my past, didn't listen, but got out of a situation. That's right, Truth. It's hard to, it's not as easy as people think when you're involved with somebody, right? Let's listen. Let's listen to
a liar by concept in order to get what he wanted. So in order to get what he wants, he's got to say this in order to be heard. And then he can work his way in and things can be said correctly and she'll forgive him because she'll already be in love with him. So that is already coming at her from a manipulative pretext. Okay. So it's like, I'm manipulating the energy around it. I'm going to lull her into some kind of sleep or some kind of security by explaining why I did that, because she was so beautiful. Now, she was prone to flattery and she did want what she wanted. I get a very sad girl. It's interesting. I get a very sad girl who was so heartbroken over a prior relationship that she had to save face with this relationship. So she couldn't let anyone know that this was not working out the way that she wanted to. She had to save face. She had to present herself in a particular way. I am getting from the 3rd month of their relationship. So these two meet, and 3 months into the relationship, this guy is nattering at her aggressively, and they're in verbal arguments practically daily all the time. She doesn't want to tell people because he appears to be such a catch. Okay, he appears to be a catch. I would suggest that a partner who is a catch is someone who doesn't argue with you day in and day out, causing you to have to defend yourself. This is the kind of cycle I get that she was in. So
they did say in the people in Tanzania allegedly that they was arguing every day, but we don't know what to believe in Tanzania. That now they saying the whole story that we were told is a lie. Right, that he was in there and he unalived her and he never got separated from her. We don't know what to believe because we're not there. The locals could be telling us anything. And I find it really strange that hotel owner ain't come out and say nothing. He ain't come out and say nothing, right? Did y'all notice that? That hotel owner ain't come out and say nothing. Right? I heard that one. Yeah, we don't know what to believe because now they changing the story. They got the locals is calling in to Sheba. We listened to Sheba yesterday. We're going to listen to some more Sheba tomorrow because the locals come on and they actually talk, but we never got to that because it's a long line. Tomorrow we're going to go into that. All right? We don't know what to believe. They keep switching up the story. Will Joe McCann ever talk? We don't know. But it's a good possibility if Joe McCann feet touches U.S. soil, the cops is going to be looking for him for questioning. Because people think just because you get unalived over in another country, they think that the popo can't question you here, but they can. Anywhere that is U.S. citizens involved in an unalivement, right? The cops can be involved. Just because it's in another country doesn't always mean that the cops in the U.S. is not getting involved. This case garnered worldwide attention. Worldwide attention. Yes, it's a good chance that the cops and the FBI, and if they got a private eye, they're going to be watching his every move when he come back. They could get into your phone. They could get into your messages. They could get into the computer, in the cloud, all of that. Let's listen.
Focusing on the energy, I'm trying to figure out what happened. And here's what I get from the perspective around her energetics and his energetics. So immediately, right away, he's looking at his watch. TikTok, I'm in a hurry. I'm in a hurry. He's in a hurry. So he proposes. There's a reason for the proposal, and it's not just a proposal. He's in a hurry to do this. And then I immediately flash over to...
In my mind, like she said, like it was a plan, because everybody's asking, why would you propose to the girl and then allegedly unalive her? Allegedly. We don't know. Innocent to proven guilty. Right? I feel like if he did it, it's a plan. It was a plan. Let me get engaged with her. That way people won't think I did what I did. Right? Because why would you get engaged with somebody that you fighting with and that you don't ultimately... I feel like if you fighting with your girlfriend every day, you know you don't belong in no relationship. A relationship should be peace. When you get in a relationship with a person, it should be a person that brings you peace. It shouldn't be a person that you arguing with every day. Right? It shouldn't be a person unless you're doing it for content on the Bigo app. Then you're going to get with a person that's arguing. You're arguing with every day because it's going to bring you clicks and views. And we see that going on over here all the time. All the time we see that going on in social media. they with that person for a reason. It's for clicks and for views. They know people watch. They like to watch you arguing and fighting. Thank you, Star. Everybody get your orange heart. Everybody blessify Miss Knockout so she won't be brokified. All right? People like to watch you argue online. They don't want to watch you all lovey-dovey all the time. Right? And people know that brings clicks and views when you're combative. Right? But in real life, why would you want to be with a person that you're arguing with every day? I know I wouldn't. You ain't gonna
kind of the aspect of Russian friends or frenemies around him. Okay, people from Russia. These are people he deals with in a business capacity, and then I'm immediately thrown into the mindset of the dark web. So I know that this man is working in or around or viewing the dark web. This is the first triad of things I get with him. There's something going on over here. And then immediately I zoom back to Ashley's energy. And I'm saying it like this because I wrote it down in this way when I was actually asking what happened. So it was written down prior to me doing this reading so I can kind of tell you in the direction that I was getting it. I go immediately to Ashley's energy. She knew that going on this trip was a mistake. She felt it and she didn't listen to herself. And there's a lot of sorrow around that. She sits at the feet of her mother and asks her to forgive her and says she's sorry for what she did because I believe her mother told her to get away from this guy. And of course, as parents, we know our children will never listen to us, even if they love us and talk to us 24 times a day. They're not going to listen. They're going to do what they do because they feel like they're grown and they know better. And sometimes adult people can't see what's in front of them. But her mother 100% said something to Ashley along the lines of, this guy you need to get away from. She went on the trip and it seemed and redeemed itself. She felt happy. But I would explain something about the manipulation that I got. And it was something that came through and it was a very weird thing. So I'm not sure that I understand it. So it's all moving towards Ashley's birthday, a celebration of her birthday. Okay, she's turning 31. She has new business deals when she arrives home. She's taking the direction of her celebrity in a different way. She's getting ready to really ground down and do some work. She also wants to start a family and have a married life. So it's a different chapter in her life. And suddenly, this guy comes through without allowing her to sell her birthday and by binding and combining the energy and proposes to her prior to her birthday. So all the focus goes on, you would think it went on to her because she's a social media person, but it goes on to him. He derives and collects energy, okay, harvests energy from everybody looking at them as a couple. He's attaching to her. He's overthrowing her birthday celebration by attaching to her. And I know as I'm saying this, a lot of you will say, no, wait, I got engaged on my birthday. I don't think your partners are manipulative like this. This guy went to Tanzania with an ulterior motive, okay? And at the same time as I'm saying this and I'm getting this information, I'm seeing two people in the background and they are watching this couple. The reason that they're watching this couple in an opportunistic way, okay? So there's another manipulation coming from outside people. Two male people watching this couple is because this couple is constantly barking at each other and making a spectacle and even getting into a fight reportedly by the hotel people or the restaurant people or where they were staying people that they had to break this fight up.
See, now the locals saying that that's not true. Remember I reported yesterday, they said that it's not true that they got into a fight. They said that's all a lie. Right? But why would Now, here's the other thing that boggles me. Why would they make up that they got into a fight when that's going to only make Joe look worse? Why would they make that up to throw us off? It seems like they would make up something else, right? I'm thinking that him getting into a fight, right, would make us more think that he did something to him. So why would they make that up? That's why I said we don't know what to believe. Why would they make up? See, this is Miss Knockout logic. Why would they make up that Joe got into a fight with Ashley, right? Why would they make that up? And that would make us think more so that he did something to Ashley. So now they're saying that that's all a lie, that they was never separated. He was in the room all along. He unalived her, wrapped her up in the sheet, and transported to the hospital himself, allegedly. That's the other story that's going on. Everything's suspect over there. That's why we need Joe to step to the front of the room, because we got some questions for you, sir. Let's listen.
And put them in separate rooms like toddlers, which is very interesting. If you're fighting in public and you're outside and you're fighting and you're not 15, not even 20, but you're a grown-ass 48-year-old man, why are you making a public spectacle out of yourself? What exactly are you doing to heighten the energy and focus it onto your partner? What are you doing? How are you expecting people to respond to you? And you have to remember, when you're in a strange neighborhood area, even if it's in the United States, and you're out there and somebody's screaming at you or you're screaming at them, people can see it. So what exactly do you gain by having these two kind of spy people in the background here observe this argument and set it up? It was a set up. I'm sure the restaurant people didn't set it up. They were probably coming to her aid, but the argument itself was a setup. And then my mind goes right around to, what was this argument over? Well, here's what I get. The 48-year-old boyfriend, I'm going to keep driving that home, okay? Because here's what I want to say. If you are a much older partner to a relationship person, whether you're male or female, and your partner is a decade plus younger, and you can't handle that people pay attention to them and they are at a different stage in life, and you become a jealous baby, then maybe you should get your ego in check, or drop your ego, or choose to love the person without any kind of envy or jealousy popping into it. But he can't do that because he's already targeted her for a specific reason, okay? He's binding her energy for a specific reason. It is ritualistic. I just don't know who these other two people are. What I can tell you is the argument started over him looking at messages on her phone, either from social media or literally from a text. People who text you have your personal phone number. He took the meaning of this and twisted it. And I'm saying that because you really should have passwords on your phone that you don't give your partner to prove a point, because they will go in there and find fault. He's a fault finder in every direction with her. Okay. Fault find her. She may have presented very confident on the outside, but she wasn't. He was very critical of her. He found something in her phone that made him just ragefully jealous, and he literally went after her in a very aggressive way. Not talking physically necessarily, I'm talking verbally. So she in turn turns around and we just got it.
See, that's why the parents should get that private investigator to link up with the cops so that they can get access through her cell phone company, through her cloud company, and get all the messages that's in her phone to see what really is good. That's why they need that private investigator. What was in her phone? Find whatever is in her phone that might have made them go at it. Let's listen.
Engaged. It's my birthday. You're fucking it up. I can't eat my dinner. She's defending herself. Don't do that either in a relationship. But this woman is defending herself against this adult male who's supposed to be her partner and not supposed to treat her that way, but can't help himself because he's triggered and he is false. So immediately I go back over here and I go to Alice in Wonderland. I don't want to, but I do. My mind goes to Alice in Wonderland and the rabbit with the watch cloth. Clock with the watch, pocket watch. God, my words today. The pocket watch. And the rabbit running down the trail. And this guy, the boyfriend, is chasing the rabbit down the trail. Okay. The pocket watch is very prominent in the way that I feel about this reading. It's very, very prominent. It's like the timing of this whole event is specific to him, not her, but to him, or he wouldn't have hijacked her birthday. And I'm being dead serious about that. He would have thought about it differently, celebrated her, come back and given her an engagement ring. He targeted her for a reason, and it had to be done specifically. Now, immediately, I go back to the dark web over here, and I go back to the people that this man owes money to, and I go back to the fact that everything about his business and his billions and his whatever and his cryptocurrency and his hedge fund and his da-da-da-da-da is all on a made-up kind of platform. So it presents like a particular way, but it isn't a particular way. And this guy even talks on how to make money and how I can do this and how you can do this and da-da-da-da-da. Bullshit. He lost a lot of his money. In fact, it was taken away as punishment because he refused to do something. This guy is a facilitator on the dark web. I don't know quite what that means. I don't know what he facilitates, whether it's people, drugs, gambling. It's definitely gambling. And here's
y'all, it's almost 3:00. The Skip Grants drawing is open. So if you get to Skip Grants, remember I told you in my profile, you should have made a profile. I told you 11:00 this morning, make you a profile so you could get on that wheel to win that money. Okay. So you had enough time since 11:00. You got to do certain things to get the full $1,000. All right. But we'll you build it up today. You'll be in time for Friday if you don't make it today. All right. Okay. Make sure you tell your daughter, Charlene, it's getting ready to start. Reminder. Okay.
It's another thing. Just like hunting parties, okay, in different parts of the country that the elites go on and they hunt people. This guy was in a gambling ring on the dark web, okay, like in a gambling ring on the dark web, where the premise is, if we're to look at it like this, the people put money down into his account or into the girlfriend's account. She doesn't know she has an account, by the way, but into their money accounts. And it's like, if he does this by this time, that's a check mark and he'll get $10,000. I'm making up the amounts, but it's kind of like that. It's kind of like a Simon Says with the benefit of getting money on the back end. So to earn back the money that you lost, took, stole, embezzled, okay, which then led me, when I heard the word embezzled, to the government indictments against him in the United States. So they were coming down with indictments against him for other things he did in the business world. I don't know what they would be, but he literally skipped the country to get indictments away from him physically or their inability to come after him. That's why he picked this time frame. He literally was sinking and crashing and
remember Boom came up and told us that she was like thinking, and everything's all alleged, that he wasn't planning on coming back. Remember Boom came up and told us that? And if he had indictments coming down on him, I believe that. Because certain countries are unextraditable, meaning that Tanzania can't stand the U.S. because of the man that starts with a T. The man that starts with a T put them on the block list, and the people from Tanzania can't come to America. They allegedly are on the block list, right? So they can't stand the U.S. Why should we help you find out what happened to this girl? Why should we tell you where Joe is at? Joe is where he's at. We don't like you. You put us on the block list, remember? So Tanzania might be one of the places that's not cooperative with the U.S., right? Just like Russell Simmons is over there where's he at? In Bali, over there with the crickets. They don't cooperate with the U.S., but they cooperate a little bit because they was able to serve Russell Simmons with that lawsuit finally last year. Did y'all know that? So Russell Simmons got a summons. Right now, he might not answer the summons because he's in another country, but they was able to get over there and serve him. Now, the girl, the lady, Drew Dixon, she got $10 million from L.A. Reid. I was out there at the courthouse. Instead, we're down to the last hour. He just settled with her because L.A. Reid don't want him. When you go follow through with the court case, they air all your business out in the court. All in the deposition, all the public's going to find out everything that L.A. Reid's doing, saying, text message, and L.A. Reid don't like that. So he just settled with her for $10 million, right? To make it just go away. Sometimes celebrities don't settle with you because they're guilty, Michael Jackson. They settle with you so you can shut up and it could go away. I believe Michael Jackson wasn't messing with those kids. He was just had the kids around because he didn't have a childhood. I don't believe Michael was doing nothing with those kids. Those are the parents making those kids say stuff, and people coming with Michael is trying to get a money grab from him and now the estate. I don't believe Michael Jackson was messing with those children. I don't believe it. A lot of people be money grabbing. You know what I'm saying? Let's listen.
Decided to pull a coup over here by leaving the country. So the embezzling, he was trying to get away from that. But whatever's going on in the dark web or around the dark web is causing people to up the ante, up the bets. I think you got to have sex with her by this time. I think you got to take her out here. I want to see you propose by this date. I want to see her in the hospital by this date. I want to see her taken off the planet by this date. Let's get some people to verify it. Let's get these two guys to follow you to make sure you live up to what you said you do on this gambling site on the dark web so that you can gain your money back by doing this over here. It's a really perverted game. It's a very perverted game, and I'm not quite understanding it. But
has anybody heard about that on the dark web? This must be rich people things right here. Us poor folks don't know about these things. Wow, is this the games that rich people play? Wow, listen.
Whole like circular type of thing. Now,
I'm a real
when
wealthy,
the argument happened and they separated the two people, when I'm in the room, my energy is like really kind of hot in my stomach. Like I have a fever up and down my esophagus and into my stomach. Okay. So there's something I've ingested or something that I drank. I mean, that's ingesting, but something that's making my body heat inside. So I almost feel like she may have been attempted to be drugged or she may have swallowed something, too many of them, and it's burning all the way through the stomach. Like there's a burning sensation. I get that she ran and hid. So she's running to hide and actually hid. I get that she's dragged out. I can't see who does it, but I can see that she's overtaken because she's not aware, but she does start fighting. I don't think they found her where they said they found her. I feel like they found her hunched over, hugging a pillow with her face in the pillow. And I feel like she was sat on and kind of squashed and plied and then positioned correctly. Here's the thing. I can't see if it's him or them.
I think they're lying about how they found her too, to protect him. First they said it was the wardrobe. Then they said that, now how you going to open the door and then all of a sudden she just drops from the wardrobe by herself with nobody near her? There must be a ghost dropping her. So you open the door, you nowhere near her yet, and then she just drops onto the floor from the wardrobe. That don't even add up. That don't even add up. You know what I'm saying? I'm almost leaning towards believing the story that the locals are telling Sheba, that he was in there all along. They didn't have no separation. He was in there fighting with her and was in there until she was unalive, wrapped her up in the sheet and brought her to the doggone hospital, in which he has a stake in the vans that transports people to the hospital, allegedly. That story makes more sense to me. Let's listen.
There's 3 men in this scenario. There's the 2 spy people that I see checking up on him. I'm pretty sure that it probably was orchestrated by him, but will appear to not be. I am also hearing the word opportunist about the hotel or the place they were staying. And because of the argument, it opened the door for opportunity to come in. What I found very interesting is she reportedly ended up in the hospital, and the argument happened on April 8th. On April 9th, she was found in her hotel room or wherever it was they put her. She was found in the room. That's exactly when Mars went into Aries on the 9th. So Mars, which can represent surgeons, cars, and men, in the sign of Aries, she's in Aries, Mars conjunct Sun, conjunct Mercury, argument. Aries is going to always attract aggressive things, whether you're male or female, Aries rising, moon, and Aries sun. But in particular, Mars tagging along with her sun sign is very interesting to the time frame that she's injured. She was injured. Somebody injured her. This young woman did not injure herself. Somebody injured her and set her up in a timeline that I feel is more like ritualistic on a spiritual sense, but presented in a game sense by, I'm just going to say it, I keep getting Russian, I keep getting dark web, and I get people filling out bingo scorecards about the interactions of these two people. So, like Big Brother, where they watched in the house.
Yeah.
But we know it was a reality show because it was presented as such. I am feeling like this setup is a reality show with this guy. He's a character because he owes money, embezzled money, took money, laundered money, didn't give it back to them, whatever the fuck he did. And now he's caught up in the game over here where he has to do these things. But does he want to do them, or does he want to lure somebody in to do it? That's where I'm confused. I'm actually genuinely confused at that. I do feel that by the end of July that there will be information and he will be indicted on something. What I can ask people to observe, and I can say this, when you have a child that dies,
right,
and you have
right,
people around.
Look, and they do episodes. Funny you would say that, sensational as a-hole, because Law and Order does mimic real life things. Sometimes they mimic real life things and real life stories. But yeah. And by the way, I'll be on the original Law and Order on Thursday, episode 20 of the original Law and Order, not the SVU one, the original one. And that's if I'm not on the cutting room's floor, I'll be on there. Oh, Lord. So y'all watch what come. I don't know what time it comes on. Check your local listening. But you're going to see me Knockout walking around in the episode. All right? Hey, yeah. Yeah, so thank you, Wanda. So y'all look at it. But if I'm on the cutting room floor, don't get me. But I spent 2 days on it. I should be somewhere in there. Let's listen.
Said child that are romantic partners, ex-romantic partners, friends, all kinds of things. And these people don't come to the remaining family members' aids, the parents, the other spouses, whoever, the children, siblings. And when they talk cruelly and when they refuse to help, there's a huge problem with that. That is implied guilt right there. There's no reason why this family should not have been flown out by this millionaire, said something like 45 million, bullshit, by this guy. What is it? 2 seconds to put them on a plane and at least get the mother and father out to Tanzania so they can start figuring shit out for themselves about their child? No. You just wanted to get engaged to her so you could relieve your financial debt over here. And you wanted to hijack her energy during her birthday cycle. I know what you were doing, whether you're going to acknowledge it or not. I know what you were doing. That's why you proposed on April 3rd and why her birthday on April 5th was probably the last time that you didn't scream at her. And the way that you're set up is you are very driven, but he's operating out of shame now.
Y'all must have went in, and Janet is back. Y'all must have went in the Discord and got the tapperation. Who went in the Discord and got the tapper on the clock? Who went in the Discord and got the tapperation in the Clizon? Because we had 300K, y'all. Let's keep going.
Man is operating out of shame to not fly the parents out. So there's something we're not seeing about his personality. I highly doubt, I'm going to sound crazy. I highly doubt that this man is anything that he says he was. I'm sure he had a company. I'm sure he worked I'm sure he had a company, and I'm sure he worked peripherally in these capacities. But what he said to this young woman wasn't true. And how he presented himself was not true. And how he acted and tried to imply that he could take care of her wasn't true. The age that he told her he wasn't true. The fact that he had children is a lie. I don't know why I want to say that. That's a really weird thing to say. If I'm wrong about that, but I hear it's a lie. So I don't know what it is about the children or why that would be a thing. I mean, who lies about having children? Except for really weird people, but he's all built up on a lie. Like it's just one lie. And when I pull the card, the whole house of cards comes down. It falls in front of him. He was being monitored.
All right, commercial. Everybody come on in. Thank you for the 300K. Thank you so much for the 300K. Okay, she's almost finished, y'all. She's almost finished. We're listening to a psychic talk about the Ashley Janae case. All right, we're listening. So everybody come on in. All right, she's almost done. All right, so it's almost finished. Everybody keep tapping. Thank you for 300K. All right, we're gonna try to come back on here and have a little Cinco de Mayo celebration.
Or even if you just.
All right, let's listen.
By a dark web, Big Brother type organization. I don't know how else to word it. Big Brother government organization on the dark web that expected certain behaviors and procedures to be followed by him, aka his character, towards her, aka her character, on the scorecards, bingo cards, in order to gather money. This is some kind of a Ponzi gambling scheme on the dark web. And it's also how he operated his business. This is a lot to do with this. I get also, and I will tell you this, Ashley was collecting information against him and starting to see who he was. She was not going to back down from the engagement while she was on vacation with him. She was not going to do that. But when she got back, I think she'd been talking to somebody. I don't know which friend or if it was actually somebody in her family. But I get a group of people, both male and female, that she was communicating with about what this man was up to. She was beginning to break through the veil with respect to him. And this was probably going to cause her a huge wound from him, which it did. She's now dead. So he reminds me of somebody, and I'm curious if his parents are military. I could find no information about this man, even to say birthday, because I wanted to look up birthday. Could find no information. But I feel like there's got to be a military connection, and because he's striking me like a controlled bot, you know, he's playing these games on the dark web. He's also has a perverted sexual nature. So there's some sort of addictive kink in there when it comes to sex and what people do. And there's the progression of like, I'm going to move children to my clients that have this particular predisposition to like these certain things. So he was a procurer in every aspect of the word. Right. So the financial assets that he's doing, he's playing. I didn't see the movie The Hunger Games, but by what it's described, these two people were playing a version of this game where Ashley wasn't aware and this guy was aware, and the two people that are watching them were aware, or they are marking and documenting what's really going on, because he has to follow direction specifically and implicitly in order to get out of the mess that he's in. But when he comes back to America, they're still going to haul him off to jail. It's still going to happen. So he double fucked himself and figured he could get out of it because somebody pulled in a favor in the country, which is why it was reported that she offed herself to begin with, which she didn't. We have to stop believing that online. They killed themselves. They jumped off a balcony. They did this. They did that. Sure, they did. Okay. These young influencers, she jumped off the 14th floor for no reason at all with no prior history. Yeah, she did this to herself after getting in an argument. I would think, and knowing Aries women like I do, that would be the last thing they're going to do. If anything, they're going to off the other person. Okay, they're going to come after the other person. They're not doing it to themselves. That's not who they are. They're not that kind of people. So it just instinctually, it goes against everything. But I can see that she didn't do it. Like I literally feel like she didn't do it. Okay.
Wow.
She was a shy kid in school. She was really shy. I don't know why that just came through. That literally just came through right now. And she's kind of throwing her hand up like this. And she's saying, I'm here. She's afraid to speak right now. So something happened that she observed on the way to her passing away. I don't know if this was in dream state or this had to do with like the injuries that she received, because I do feel like there's something with a head injury, but whatever it was, whether she fell into like a coma state and like was up in the ethers, something terrified her. So she's really hesitant to come through. Like she's putting her hand up like a small child not wanting to be seen. Like, I don't want to be seen. So she's very timid in the background and doesn't want them to see her. I feel like she was ritualized in this relationship by him without her knowledge. So what that means is I feel she had binding ties put together with somebody working black magic on her, orchestrated by the fiance and or the fiance's handlers on the
all
dark web
legend.
in order to procure her into this lifestyle because they needed to harvest her energy or have her energy for themselves. Sometimes people have just this really strong, vibrant energy, and other people need it in order to attach to, in order to go where they need to go in society. I believe that this girl was going to get somewhere in the next 2 years that was going to elevate her career for a cause. There was a cause coming. Like, her name is synonymous with a cause. She was working on that from behind the scenes. Now it's going to be synonymous with boyfriends that murder you while you're on a vacation. But she was working on this behind the scenes. And I feel like they needed to collapse that energy and hijack it, which is why he proposed to her before her birthday. I can see the timing element. He was in such a hurry, looking at his watch, TikTok, chasing the rabbit, looking out of his watch. It feels like he's somewhat of a controlled person energetically because he's not stating things right. And then there's these two other people over here again, and I can't see it. So in the room where she is, I feel like she ran to a closet and curled up and hid. So I feel like she was anticipating somebody like punching her, hitting her. And then I feel like she lost consciousness, and then I feel like they positioned her, and then I feel like somebody in the government stated the wrong facts in order to distract everybody. And I do feel like somebody from the immediate outlying surrounding area also participated in what was going on. This seems like a ritual to me, with the two people performing the ritual not being spoken to or acknowledged prior to her being in a state to be ritualized. That's actually what I think. Yeah, that's what I think. And I'm not sure how they're going to divvy out who did what, but they're making a lot of money on the dark web because of this incident. I don't know how one checks that, but that's what I'd be checking because there are gambling and scorecards.
You can't really, that's why it's the dark web. You can't really find out. You probably got to be in that loop. What's up? Blue Lotus is in the building. Hey. You gotta be in that loop to find out what's going on.
That reference what happened to her. Ashley, I'm talking about what happened to her. So you have to be very careful when you date. And definitely probably shouldn't leave the country with somebody that you're already fighting with. I want you to keep in mind, to me, the energy of these two dating was already domestically violent from month 3 on. Probably from the first week on, but she probably forgave it. And if I'm correct, her Saturn in Pisces, which is true regardless of what time she's born, that Saturn in Pisces, literally this baby girl had to learn how to set boundaries and to not be overly empathic to people who didn't deserve it.
Wow.
So the over empathy or compassion to forgive and to overlook certain things. She was very stubborn too. There's like a little Taurus quality to her. Very stubborn at the same thing, but didn't want people to know that this relationship was failing, but it was failing from day one. And I believe people were telling her, step away from this guy, including her mother. That's why she apologizes to her mother for not listening. She also didn't listen to herself. She knew better. I'm hearing she knew not to go on this trip, but she just thought she would go on this trip, get it done and get it over with and figure out stuff later. Like, I really get that. Like, she kind of knew not to go and was terrified of going. She
always follow your gut. Always
must have told somebody out there, one of her friends, one of the people online. She must have said it to somebody because I really get that. She went against her own instinct. And as a result of it, she woke up in a circumstance that she couldn't handle. And the reason she couldn't handle it, number one, is not her fault. The only thing I would fault her in is not listening to herself, like not listening to her gut instinct. I hate it when people don't do that because we don't trust our gut instinct. We think, oh, it's a feeling, I must be crazy. And you can be crazy for sure, but that wasn't the case here. That wasn't the case. What the case was is that she didn't listen and put herself in a vulnerable position with a man who clearly didn't like her. He didn't like her. He wanted to use her, is what I'm getting. He was taking from her energetically to alleviate these bills over here. He targeted her. And he was aggressive with her the whole relationship verbally, is what I'm seeing.
Everything's all alleged.
All right, you guys, that is my reading on Ashley Janae.
So that's her reading. What do y'all think? What do y'all think about that? The skip grants is coming on, y'all. Remember I talked to you about the skip grants? It ended just in time. Let's go to the skip grants. Hold on. Let me go to the YouTube. So I want to show y'all what the skip grants drawing looks like. All right. It's getting ready to come on at 3 o'clock. All right. So we're going to go through it at 3 o'clock. Before we leave, we're going to go through the skip grants because I want you to see what it looks like. Right. And you could get, go into the skip grants, go into my Linktree, right? And go look. It's like a couple of posts down. And sign up to the skip grants. You got to make your profile and everything. You got to have it. The more you have your profile done, the more money you get. I'm up to 9. I was up to 1,000, but he keeps changing like what you got to do to get the full 1,000. So now you got to do website analysts. You got to make a blog post. You know what I'm saying? And you got to do these things to get the 1,000. So I'm knocked down to 900 because I got to put a product up on their website. So I probably put my eyelashes on there, but I got to do it when I get off of here. All right. So we're going to go to the skip grants at 3 o'clock. We got 4 minutes. Okay. We got to go to the skip grants. But in the meantime, okay, everybody, not y'all. Okay. Not y'all. I'm a muted because I don't want y'all to leave. Hold on. Okay. Everybody on the Y to the Tubesy. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for enjoying the show. Okay. Make sure you share and make sure you subscribe and give the video a thumbs up. And I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to come on a little later to test out a later time. All right. I'll see you tomorrow.
Is the Miss Knockout Show on the airwaves? So like, if I share, if I bless, if I the flow, is the Miss Knockout Show. Now you already know hot topics, music, info, and more. If you ain't tapped in, what you came here for? MKO got the vibe, that's a full takeover. From beast to biz talk, yeah, the queen stay in clover. Trending every lane, I'm the glow you can't block. When I drop gems, whole chat goes shock. We don't do brokeify, now we amplify. Stay blessed if I let the energy fly. Hit that tapify, keep it all in the flow. Cause it's the Miss Knockout Show. Knockout Show. Hot topics, beats and the glow. You rock it with a Miss Knockout. Let's go. Amplify, share-ify, blessify, give-ify, share-ify, blessify, share-ify, let's fly.